Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for the gift of this beautiful day. For good strength, for energy. We pray, Lord, for your blessing upon everybody. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah, for the word of prayer. Yes. You're all my friends, isn't it? You're all my friends. But allow me to introduce my other friend. Allow me to introduce Dr. Marion Alina from the National Council of Higher Education, who has just joined us this morning. Dr. Alina, you're most welcome. I would like to invite our presenter for the first session, Professor John Kalenga Saka from the University of Livingstonia, to take us through his presentation on the value of online education in the redesign of curriculum, all in its accreditation. I think this is a very important presentation and discussion, and very important for the National Council of Education as well as institutions of higher learning. Professor John, you're most welcome.
a few years ago during the COVID scenario. It was shared with us over the last 2 days that this catalog of access to higher education, initially through the emergency remote teaching, and then become our present scenario in Malawi is that indeed there is a pure online, fully visual learning obtaining at Unima e-campus, UNICAF, University in Malawi. This is an international institution. It offers this program largely through e-learning mode. We believe that a linear combination of the various modes is necessary, and consequently, the blending learning is much more prominent in our country, in which case individuals access teaching and learning through that pathway, but they are allowed to come to the campus in a way that indeed it does improve their experience, because that is very, very important. So therefore, the dual multimodal approach is very, very important. But in this regard, it is necessary that you provide appropriate services or infrastructure so that indeed students can be reached closer where they are. I would like to summarize, therefore, that order in Malawi will have grown from being a basic distance education to a flexible online blended and dual system. And we must thank the Lord. I hope it is possible to thank the Lord that it created an opportunity for us to experience COVID or to go through COVID-19, because we now began to think differently, so that we are not on holiday for a little longer time, because therefore our students would not be able to doing that. We have had definitions of online learning. I will probably not dwell so much on that. And therefore, I would just wish to say that this pathway constitutes an interesting opportunity for student self-regulation, digital literacy, and yet based on reliable internet access. We have heard yesterday that this is an issue which we need to expand and indeed promote appropriately. I just wish to also say that my colleagues, our colleagues rather, our colleagues from MUBAS are indeed very heavily involved. And interestingly, MUBAS and MUBAS and Malawi University of Science and Technology are in science, engineering, and technology. And therefore, it is our expectation that they will help us at UNILIA to build the capacity in that direction. It's interesting. Every country, including Malawi, after some time, it established a National Council for Higher Education. It is amazing that the abbreviation remains NCHE. I thought that the Ugandan outfit would be different, but it remains. So it's a pleasure to meet our sister from the counterpart, National Council for Higher Education. In our case, not surprisingly, as we also heard from the public relations officer yesterday, that our chair contributes to the government envisioning. And as we sit now, we have the Malawi 2063 drawing on the Africa we want, the African Agenda 2063. So there are those interesting opportunities, but by the Ministry of Education, it has a flagship strategy for 10 years, 2021 to 2030. The functions are not surprising to regulate higher education in Malawi. Quality is very paramount, and that our statutes for that chair are well clear in terms of its in sections 15 and 16. The National Council of Higher Education framework, particularly on open distance in learning, has got 6 imperatives to which each institution must adhere to. So in the development of a curriculum it is necessary that that curriculum or program ensures adequate, efficient, and responsive to the needs of the students. And therefore, we have the learner support system. And also, secondly, when we look at the delivery, it must be such that such programs must adhere to the requirements of the minimum standards. We call them minimum standards. Similarly, for the programming of ODR, how you manage it equally similar and equally importantly, financing, because it's interesting if the center or the university does not have adequate financing, then it will be it will be possible that an individual in the northern part of Malawi, in the rural parts of Malawi, will have difficulties. And by bringing students to the campus, it will be very, very costly, and it appears it will never be sustainable. ICT, our colleagues, yesterday there was a young lady here who supports and works behind. And it is also a requirement in our case that we must have these services, and each institution must have a unit or a center to support ODR delivery and programming. And interestingly, I was fascinated about this micro credentials discussion we had, and said, oh yes, indeed, if it's through e-learning or ODR, then quality assurance systems must be the matter of the heart. Because you and me will agree that in our times, we had a different type of education. Most of us was face-to-face, face-to-face. And that being the case, those who go through this window or pathway must have the best learning outcomes, experiences, skills acquisition, so that indeed, if they appear before an interview, there should not be a problem in terms of accumulation of knowledge and lending themselves useful for that. In the case of Mzuzu University, which is in Mzuzu, in the northern part of the country, I hope some of you have an opportunity to visit that university. I mentioned that this was started in 2006, and it is significantly developed. I wish to say, brethren, that it has a main campus in Mzuzu and 4 satellite centers across the country. And we're very happy in those years as a country that the World Bank supported higher education through what they call higher education, science and technology funding. And Muzuzu University has a satellite center in Lilongwe, which is our capital, Mulanje, southern part of the country, Balaka in the eastern part, and then Karonga north of Mzuzu, so that the individuals in those catchment areas are able to access internet. There we have an ICT lab there, and they can meet the manager, satellite manager. There is a library there, so that indeed they have all the necessary support systems consistent with the requirements of the National Council of Minimum Standards. And I wish also to say here that for Mzuzu University, it has a department of education. And in that department, normally, in our case, there are 2 in Malawi, 2 departments, education foundations and teaching and learning. The latter help supports students once they are in the field, so that they can indeed appreciate the application of their theories. And these individuals will support all other faculties or schools, because indeed a professor in physics coming from the basics, mathematics, physics, or chemistry will not have had adequate training in curriculum development. I wish also to mention here that as a country, in support of the order, we have the Malawi Institute of Education, where we have curriculum specialists largely supporting secondary and primary. However, given their training, they are well endowed to support universities as indeed experts or consultants. The process of curriculum design and development in this is very basic. We probably know as a university, it will start with internal consultation in the department. We realize the need based on the strategic plan of the university is envisioning. Here we have a complete education for a complete person, isn't it? And therefore, academics begin to start, think through. And then once you have identified, you think there is a need, we must move on to a training needs assessment. So because before you go to Senate, we'll have to establish whether there is a need. And informed by the training needs, we will now go to curriculum design and development by the expert group in the department or faculty. And consequently, you analyze the issues both internally in the university, in the department, in the country, but also making reference to the international perspectives. And then having developed what you said, draft programs informed by the training needs assessments, you now must go to stakeholder consultation. And at that material time, it becomes imperative to listen to the stakeholders, If it is at a master's level or PhD, the stakeholder consultation must include students who are a potential applicants. So they will be involved in order to appreciate and facilitated by the curriculum specialist. Then it becomes necessary, it becomes easier to come up with a curriculum well informed by the needs and the expectations of industry, which also include the public sector. Then, once we agreed, we now must take it to two committees of Senate. Elsewhere, we will call them academic planning, because indeed, based on the requirements of by chair, you must make sure to satisfy the 7 imperatives, including financial management. Do you have the resources? Do we have the human capital to support teaching and learning field supervision? Once we agreed that we have costed it appropriately and we think it's a viable program, then we must now go to courses committee, where we also must undertake reviews. And if you have an external examiner or indeed partner institutions, this is also where you invite them. You can invite them to stakeholder consultation, or indeed when the external examiner visits during the academic courses committee meeting, so that they can make a useful contribution. I think Bill or William says he's an external examiner elsewhere. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, here's our colleague who can visit us. And the brethren also from UCU. We have had an interesting partnership here, even from Kenya or UDSM, who are probably closer to us. Then we take it to Senate, and at Senate, you include more individuals, not only from your faculty, because it is very heterogeneous. So that at that material time, once it is approved, the necessary action, next one, is not to implement it directly, but to take it to council. And the council for Unilayer, for example, must appreciate why we want this. What value would it add? Are they interesting competitors, or we're adding value to increasing access and building human capital to the nation? And therefore, once in the design and indeed the development of the curriculum, including for ODR or online, we must always remember that there exists a regulator. It is not policing, but rather to help us ensure that we are relevant, useful, and indeed we comply with the expectations of government, the Minister of Education in this regard. I just given here as an example where The National Council of Higher Education visited Mzuzu University in January 2022 to review the various programs, including the ODR ones, and following which others were accredited straight away, some with conditions, and yet others had to be deferred to, so that issues are addressed. And therefore, in the design, we must always have in our curriculum many document that in the fourth or fifth year, we will review in order that we include the emerging needs within the society, but also as we relate to the region, in this case, Southern African Development Corporation, but also at the African Union, because we have these associations for higher education. I just wish to say a few things in relation to some of the experiences we have had in terms of challenges as we implement, or as Mzuzu University implemented, or all the institutions do similarly. Interestingly, the same member of staff is involved or suppose the face-to-face and the online. And therefore, let's look at the loading, the work laws, time allocation. And in this case, you have a number of options to undertake. Either you have additional staff recruited, or indeed you engage what are described as adjunct or part-time. But there is always a problem with the engagement of part-time adjunct. They don't have the same passion as you and me if we're in the employ of a university. And following up on assessments, it becomes very difficult. There are several others I've listed here. This will be shared, and that if the unit responsible, it should be the faculty, has limited financial outlets, you must make sure that the fees which we generate must be appropriately shared in the unit, central administration of the university, faculty, and as well as a library in this regard. Sorry. I would like to say that in terms of major challenges, let's take note that we must work together, draw experiences from across the region in Africa, East and Southern Africa, North as well, particularly in relation to technology and infrastructure deficits. I think if we can sustain that, much the better. And therefore, the partnership which is led by, which we observe under CoMMPASS becomes very, very critical. Access to this is very important. The digital divide and skills gaps must also be addressed, particularly those of our fellow Africans, Ugandans in the far remote areas on Malawi, Tanzania, Kenya, need to be. And interestingly, at the material time in 2020, when COVID came in, universities had to reach out to the private sector industries, and they were able to support the various institutions. So we can exploit the PPP arrangement, private partnership arrangements, so that indeed we can support in this regard. But the international investment partners, I normally don't consider them as donors, they are partners. Then finally, let's make sure that the assessment and quality constraints are addressed in a manner that if one has a PhD through online or order, it is as good as the face-to-face. And a change of the mindset is very, very important. Finally, let me say we thank you. I say we thank you for the attention. We should. I would also like to repeat the Vice Chancellor of the University of Livingstonia, the CEO for Chair, the campus, and the university here hosting for engaging with us. Thank you for your attention. It is our expectation that the second phase will come to be born, whether it is being born, but it should be born because it's a new creation. So that for we at University of Livingstonia, we should be assisted by the experts here to develop a viable, relevant, and indeed befitting online or ODER program, masters in communication. I think journalism and communication. Thank you very much for your attention. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor John, for such an intriguing yet assertive presentation on online learning and how accreditation can be done. I think the presentation has really highlighted the important role of universities in harnessing online education and getting into the space of microcredits. Yes, because universities are the custodian of education as a public and social good. Yes, we are now open for questions, Q&A. Yes. We have one hand. Any other person? Any other? Yes. We have another with Professor Tayewa. Okay.
And Professor Saka, thanks very much for your presentation, giving us a very interesting look into the ODL model adopted in Malawi. Very impressed that it's been quite a long time, 1960s. Um, Two things. One, you spoke to the multimodal of delivery. But I think I want to take you back to yesterday's session that we had on the micro credits, and here your take on the Malawi, how you handle micro credits, especially at your university. But you seem to have a very good look at what's happening across the country. Yeah, microcredits especially. Thanks very much, Prof.
And thank you, Professor, for that wonderful presentation. My name is Ngozi Amojunikombi from University of Port Harcourt in Nigeria. I just want a little clarification from you. I want to ask you this question. How do we differentiate ODEL, which is open distance learning or something like that, from fully online learning in practice? How do we differentiate it? And then secondly, are there principles that guide effective ODEL learning and online education? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for the set of questions and comments. Quality is the matter of the heart, and in this regard, an institution, and therefore our experience, is that if you are not careful, the students who are pursuing ODR or e-learning will not have the optimum experience. And therefore, from the onset, of the onset, it's important that Senate, as well as the Academic Planning Committee, must ensure that they will have the minimum staff complement, particularly in the various disciplines. There are foundational courses everybody will do, for example, language, English, mathematics, if you are in science, chemistry and biology. If you are in the arts or humanities, you must make sure that in the first year they do the needful. And in this regard, it's necessary that the core staff who are described as permanent participates in the delivery. It's in the later years where you will need maybe adjunct staff for specific modules to deliver. But within the department, let there be an individual who we can make recourse to, because otherwise it becomes very, very difficult. Very difficult. Our experiences, I was VC at Mzuzu University. It became difficult to follow up on assessment results from adjunct and part-time staff because they are not available in that regard. But sometimes we cannot run away from utilizing them if we know and we have a good working relationship or rapport with them. So it's very, very, I do agree with you. And therefore, from the onset and compliant with the national standards, minimum standards, it's useful to have that. So if there's a program in business, the executive dean from MOBAS may wish to add one or two comments. It's important to have a core team of staff to do the needful. Sustainability, I would think that if it's not assured in any way at Senate or academic planning committee meeting, we can reject. We should be able. And that's why in our own settings, here you have a deputy vice chancellor academic, and has a core and works with the deans of faculty. Those are the individuals supported by the Directorate of Finance to ensuring that indeed this program is viable. And I would think from the examples we have had across, ODL or e-learning is indeed sustainable. But it's a matter for discussion to exploit. I am not aware in Malawi that one such has had to be withdrawn or dropped or cancelled by Senate after a council, because the programs that Mzuzu University I'm aware of, much more, they continue to be offered. Multimodal delivery is a very interesting. I started to learn about this when the Vice Chancellor said, Mr. Chairperson, we will go together, you will represent the policymaker of the university. So then I started reading about micro credits. It's interesting, but I would say that they are there. Now that we have appreciated and supported by UNESCO, we learned yesterday that UNESCO has been an important catalyst. We should be able to move on. However, as we return on Monday, we'll have a discussion with the National Council for Higher Education that the conference we went covered matters of microcredit. How would the National Council support the higher education institutions, including UNILIA, MUBAS, who are participating? And therefore, in that vein, a basic study must be undertaken by the Directorate of Accreditation and quality assurance, and appreciate what is happening. And then we should move that. And then the conduct of see and learn visits we had a team from Onche visiting the counterpart in Che here on inclusive education. So if we have experiences in Kenya, Tanzania, as well as here in Uganda, including in Europe, for example, Germany and Portugal, let's share these experiences so that we can move on. Because it's amazing, as a vice chancellor, Malawi government does organize a set of meetings, including the higher leadership courses. Out of that, we receive a certificate. And if I were to apply for a position of a vice chancellor and I'm of appropriate age, I will use that certificate. And after that training, there is a change in aptitude, change in articulation of leadership issues for higher education or any other corporate organization. So they are very, very, very important. Differentiation is a very interesting matter. You are probably best placed to appreciate. The history is we started on ODA. In UNIMA, University of Malawi, has an e-campus to supporting this. As I discussed with the CEO, I did not have good data in terms of how do they implement it, because it's very unlikely that there will be limited engagement of face-to-face students because most of them are in the country. And it's amazing. I think my brother from Malawi University of Business studied business and applied sciences. Maybe you can indicate. Because in Muzuzu, we have a campus, an institute of e-learning. And they come to visit. I think they do come. And if you have a satellite and you're using facilities in Karonga, there might still be an element of. But for UNICAF, I understand that it's largely online. However, the engagement between the supervisor and the students is very good through utilization of the different windows, ICT windows, WhatsApp, Google Meet, and so forth. The question is, indeed, when you have a Google Meet with your student for 1.5 hours, what is that equivalence in face-to-face? So that's e-learning. You mean you are far away, but you are using it. But nevertheless, you have an opportunity to meet with them. So maybe our education experts can unpack the true differences between and the complementarity of the same, and also looking at the linear combination of these two, because otherwise it will be very, very difficult. I think these are the issues which I captured. If I've forgotten one, my brother from CoMMPASS may wish to make a comment. And the VC is available, and the director of research, they may wish to add. But we also wish to appreciate experiences from across the region, East and Southern Africa, and beyond.
All right, thank you. So I am Kizito from CoMMPASS, Malawi. Yeah, I think I would comment on a few issues. Maybe beginning with the Odell online learning, a difference and the like. While the emphasis in this conference is that of online learning, our experience is that for purposes of inclusion, Odell remains more attractive and more realistic to sub-Saharan Africa. Because when we're saying Odell, the E is actually the e-learning, right? Yeah, but then the O is open, distance, and e-learning. And now the e-learning is still there, but it is not the only thing. It might constitute maybe 20% or even 30%, depending on the resources and the infrastructure that the university has. Yeah, so in a typical Odell program, like at CoMMPASS, students have like 3 contact sessions in a semester. They would come to the campus for 1 week, with intensive sessions with their lecturers face to face, in which period they are going to have a time to appreciate the entire coverage of so they will have an overview. They know where they are going to be going, what they will be touching on and the like, and they will get the framework of the particular module within that week. Then sometime around mid or towards mid-semester break, they will also come again on campus to do some intensive sessions and the like. In between those sessions, they are alone. Usually, like at NUBAS, there is a Moodle platform which is supposed to be used by Odell students and others. The challenge is that of resources on the part of the students and digital skills, for example, on the part of both academic staff and the students. So you find that if you upload content on a Moodle and you don't make the same available on WhatsApp forums, students would never access that one because it is very expensive to download a book or a document that is large enough from Moodle platform than it is on WhatsApp. So you find that documents that have been uploaded in the Moodle remain inaccessible to students when the same would actually be accessible to students on WhatsApp. So while we have those formal platforms, due to resource requirements and the demands of the online learning, the moment we actually emphasize online learning, we find that we have actually left so many students out of the system because the resource becomes unavailable to them. Yeah, so I think from that perspective, would say Odell is more relevant and realistic. Maybe at the postgraduate level, we can effectively go into fully online learning because most postgraduate students would actually have a job. They should have a laptop and they should be able to afford maybe data and therefore they can actually participate actively. But for somebody coming from a remote village and the like, it would be difficult to enroll them and tell them that they are going to be doing online learning. It's only few that can actually afford. Yeah, so I think I would also like to comment very quickly on the use of adjunct staff. Yeah, I think the prof there has already highlighted some issues that are relevant. I wanted to highlight that in Malawi, the National Council for Higher Education has a threshold, and that threshold is like to say there's a ratio between adjunct staff and the full-time staff. So if you are a university, you are allowed to have adjunct staff, but that there is you can never exceed is it 20 or 30%, right? So if you have 100 staff, you can't have 40% of them being adjunct. It's not acceptable. There are reasons for doing that. We need to control quality. Most of the times, the adjunct staff may have, yes, they will have responsibility. We expect them to report on, but even for administrative purposes, it becomes difficult because they remain unaccountable. What disciplinary action are you going to implement against adjunct staff? So we need to actually have most of the learning processes and activities under control. Because if you have a lot of people being adjunct, then we are going to lose control over teaching and learning processes. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity and thanks, Prof, for a very good and provoking presentation. I just want to add a comment on the micro-credentials in Malawi. Rightly, as the Prof has said, but with the SEED project, which I mentioned, which is helping us to really kickstart the micro-credentials as micro-credentials in the country, I want to say that in this project, we are working together with Mzuzu University in Malawi, and there are 2 universities in Zambia as well, So in Malawi, we already started engaging Ministry of Education. And like Uganda is, we also have a coordinator for Erasmus projects in the country. And the ministry had said we'll have an engagement meeting between Mzuzu University, our university, of course, leading, and the coordinator for Erasmus projects in the country. We are going to have a meeting on how best we can kickstart and work with the INCHE, National Council for Higher Education in the country, to make sure that the micro credentials have a clear framework and they are started. Maybe my VC can add on this. Okay. So that's what I wanted to add, and that's where we are. We have the framework, and now we are at an engagement meeting point with the Ministry of Education as well as the National Council for Higher Education. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and congratulations for the great presentation. Dr. Kiziko was insisting on the E of the IODEL, and I would like to insist on the D, on the distance learning. I know that in some African countries, there has been in the 70s, in the 80s, some experience of what is called in Francophone Africa téléenseignement, the distribution of courses in remote areas. And I was wondering if it did exist in other areas, and in Malawi, if it did existed as well, and to what extent you built on this distance learning experience.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. Richard Kajumbula from the Institute of Open, Distance and E-Learning, Makerere University. I just want to, you said, can you separate ODEL from online learning? I think that's where that's where I wanted to first come. That ODL is the word we use widely, and like he said, the O, the D, the E, the L. I think the grandparent of all of them is the D. Distance learning, where a facilitator is separated from the learner. Basically, in its crudest form, a facilitator is separated from the learner, and the earliest distance education scenarios that we can think about, for example, the first one that many of you may be so familiar with is when Moses received the 10 Commandments from, that was about 1416 BC, that these commandments were written somewhere and read them and passed them on. In some kind of distance learning. Better than you can think about Paul's first letter to the Corinthians. We know Paul wrote many letters. And indeed, people started following what was in the letters. Maybe you can also talk about, and that was about 53 AD there. And about 600 AD, Prophet Muhammad received the Quran. And that was also still a distance, that the facilitator is separated from the learner. But about 1885, we can think of the University of London as the first university that ever attempted to separate learning students from the football class. And that's when we think, for us in academia here, that that's where distance learning probably began. Distance, that the learner is separated from the teacher, and the learning is mediated by the material they would send. Like St. Paul wrote those letters and send out, even here in learning, that they would write materials and then send out. Now, when it comes to electronic learning, e-learning, electronic, now that one is basically, that one can happen whether it's on distance or not distance. As long as you use electronic devices in learning, then you are doing the e-learning, whether it is in a normal class face-to-face or it is in the distance mode. Yeah. Now, when we go to online learning, Now you are mediating with it's internet mediated because electronic distance learning in its generations at first we would send correspondence. Actually, it was called correspondence those other years that you send letters like St. Paul really used to do, and that's how it began. Also, then physical books. Then people started sending compact cassettes. Those who are old enough, you know, a compact cassette, you record and then send out. Then we went, then now becoming electronic, but in a distance, you know, electronic. Then send out CDs, DVDs, videos, and all those things. Then began radio, TV, you know. But then when we went to internet mediated, now we begin the online learning. That I'm online. When you say I'm online, you're basically meaning that you're on the internet. You're on the internet. I'm offline. That you are off the what? Yeah. And so we said, can distance learning be done with the mediation of the internet online? I told the grandparent is distance. So all these are variations in facilitating distance learning. That can we now start having synchronous and asynchronous? You know, is it possible to speak with someone real time over the internet when they are somewhere and you are somewhere, then you are in the learning engagement? Or can it be asynchronous that can I just send an email? Can they have a platform where they can go when they have time? Then I come when I have time. Then I'll start blending all these things here. Now, when it comes to the O, which is now open learning. Open learning meaning that there are no boundaries to who is joining, who is leaving, and what you're studying. And as we move, we're realizing that there are institutions now that do not have limitations on who is joining which program, because they believe you when you're given say a 1 year bridging certificate, you can join any program. And I have many people I know here who did their A levels here without doing it. They did history, literature, something, but they're studying medicine in the US. Now, which in Uganda at one time here it would be an abomination for you to. But then because the concept of open learning, everybody should be able to access. And in many of our institutions, we have ODL, but of course we are ignoring the O because of many problems, cultural issues, political, economic, social. Some of us who are professionals in our field think, you know, someone never did this, cannot come in my, you know, all those barriers. But open is basically no barriers. No barriers. Yeah, no barriers. And that's how those terms now start playing. And when it comes to the paper that he has just presented, what you experience is definitely what many of us have experienced in distance learning. Yeah. And when it comes to the staff you're talking about, all the challenges, paying those staff, sometimes even they would withhold results and all that. But but you also have to know that where we are going, the demand for learning is increasing. The population is increasing. People need. And so when you go to what we call mega universities, if you search about mega universities, like the Indira Gandhi National Open University in India, it has about 2 million people studying by distance. And if you're doing that, there is no way you can control, you know, it's something about quality. So where we are going, we have even to define what is this quality thing? Can I hold on this thing that nobody can do it because I'm holding on? Right, and that's the debate. In China, the biggest university has about I think 5 million. University of South Africa, which is all over the world. University of Nairobi is all over the world. Nelson Mandela himself did a law degree in prison, but from London. I mean, to what extent can we say we are controlling now quality? This is now our thing vis-a-vis the access. Probably we need to work now with the partners out there and say, okay, if I have learners of Makerere University in Zambia, can I work with that university and in their university arrangement, support my learners? Do I have a graduate wherever? So that is it. That's what I need to comment about.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kajumbura. Oh, there were just comments?
I think Dr. Michel, is it? Yes, sir. You raised an issue about experiences on distribution of materials. We mentioned that we have the Malawi College of Distance Education. As it was established and implemented this program of work, it was an excellent system. Literature was found across the country. Interestingly, for the secondary school education, the normal secondary schools also exploited or bought those materials to support teaching and learning in their secondary schools. For we in the universities, given that we have satellite centers across the country from Zuzu University, MOBAS and has, but also MAST is establishing, I think has a functional satellite center in Mzuzu. Luwana equally. So UNICAF is yet, they make sure that in the satellite centers, literature on various subjects is available so that students can either download, print, and take them home. It is very, very important that they have additional materials for them to do home reading and appreciate what is happening. And indeed, when they're writing their assignments or doing their assignments, they should be able to have adequate. But restocking and making sure that in the centers, satellite centers, we have literature, adequate materials, both physical and electronic is very, very necessary. So thank you very his comments. Thank you very much. You you unraveled and packed the differences and the overlap between them. The question is which one? I would like that maybe we consider. In chemistry, we say a linear combination. We have families because the Lord said it is not good for a man to be alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kalenga, for your presentation and engagement. And we want to thank you all for contributing to this session. Thank you very much. I'm learning from Dr. Richard here that internet learning is a modification of electronic learning. Is that true? Yes, he has said it's true. Okay, so as we get into the next session, I would like to welcome Dr. Mary Kagoile. Let's see. I'm trying to see where she is. At the back? Oh, and would like to invite her to take a seat here at the front. She will be our next presenter in a session after this one that I'm going to announce. I now want to call upon Dr. Michelle and Professor Suzanne Fengler for our next session. Yes, so today's sessions are under what we call brainstorming. So they are here to tickle our thinking in line with online teaching and learning. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Professor John, please send our regards to Chief Muyanga. We have a friend there, Chief Muyanga from Muzuzu. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, MC, and good morning, everybody. I hope you enjoy the conference so far. Before there will be no speech. No, do not expect any speech from our side. This is the third day of the conference today. So we are in the middle of the journey. And if you attended the conference in Blantyre, you maybe remember the way we show appreciation in Congo, in the Democratic Republic of Congo. They use the tap, and I will ask for your help. You need 1 digit, 2 digits, 3 digits, 4 digits, and 5 digits. And I will ask you to stand up. That's a small break, and I would like to show our appreciation to UCU, Professor Monica, BMC, all the UCU organizing committee for organizing such a wonderful conference. So let's start. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay? So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So once again for UCU. 1, 2. To you to show our appreciation.
We have one small for Michelle. Please stand up.
We can do that for IUDL also because as we've seen, you know, the organization assistance is also important. So we can do that once more for IUDL and for all the partners, the 6 partners that were involved in the project. So once again, one more time, one last time before we're moving forward. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This one was for you. Okay, so let's move forward, and we are looking forward. We had a lot of very interesting panels. We had a lot of feedbacks. We had the feedback yesterday from the students. We learned a lot from them. We took a lot of notes. We got feedback from the professional as well, from the media industry, and we learned a lot as well. We learned from the stakeholders, and this afternoon we will have a meeting with all the stakeholders to know more about the experience, to know how we could have done it better, what we maybe have what went not so well, to take stock of such an experience. And what we would like to have now is what we have called a participatory workshop. So we are expecting feedback from you now. And the idea, it's not doing monitoring and evaluation. We do have a monitoring and evaluation component in this project, and we will talk with Sisanda during our meeting about this component. We got a lot of feedback already, and we are going to have some more in the future. But you know, in such projects, with donors, with the European Union, with all the stakeholders involved, we need to have, at the end of the day, some recommendation. And here again, we are not here to write the recommendation by ourselves. So that's why it is so important for us to have your views. And I will spread the mic among you to have to benefit from your expertise. And we do have a prominent representative of various bodies. And I'm very much looking forward to your views on that. But sometimes, you know, we do have shy people who don't dare to have their views, or who do not dare to have their voice, to speak out and to have their voice heard. So we will ask you to take just a simple piece of paper and to write down some recommendation you would make regarding such programs. If we would have to do something else, something like what we have done with CoMMPASS, once again, what should we recommend the stakeholders? So what I mean by stakeholders can be within your universities. It can be the facilitators, the go-between, the learners and your institution. It can be the IODL departments within your institutions. It can be ministries. It can be accrediting bodies. It can be any other stakeholders. So in this first part of this morning, we will collect all your recommendations. So please write them down and put them here on the table. We will put some post-it with all the different stakeholders, and you can put your paper on it. And then this afternoon, we will come back, we will rearrange them, and we will try to formulate recommendations so that we can discuss them in one of our next meeting. So if you are ready, please do not hesitate to stand up and to come hereby just to have and Susanna can also come and collect your papers so that you, if you don't want to move, it can be easy that way. And while you are writing, you maybe have some ideas popping up. And I would like to ask, because we didn't touch upon this component, but it was a very important component, actually. The AMAZE study we talked about last year in Blantyre. We talked about the connection between the industry and the higher education institution. We talked about the gap between research and learning, and to fill this gap, we have developed this AMAZE study, and I would like Susanne Fengler to tell us more about the last updates regarding this study.
Thank you, Michelle. Several colleagues here in the room have been involved in the data collection and analysis of the AMAZE study, which has been a comparative content analysis involving 8 African and 7 European countries. We have shown examples in Malawi, so I don't want to bother you again with the results. They are also available on our project websites and have become part of the curriculum already as well. And at this moment, the study is under revision. We have submitted it to journalism. We have received reviewers' comments, and we have been addressing all of them with the whole team. And we have resubmitted in December, and now waiting again for the reviewers' response. And of course, all of you who have been part of that study, you had submitted country reports with more details on your study results. And Merle, our dear colleague, who's at the moment in Germany and sends you warmest regards. She hopes to be with us very soon again here in one of the African partner countries. She's currently working on a document bringing together all those country reports, because we feel it's so much more data than we could push into one journal article. And so we will have a working, let's see what we can do. We could have a working paper from that, or maybe, I don't know if William is in the room. I don't, here is he. Sorry. Usually I immediately see you because we are twins, but this time, maybe William, we could speak. Maybe this could be also something for Makerere University Press, but you have to tell because you are the editor. So let's see how we publish the collection of country reports in addition. And also we thought about once we have really this journal article finished, we thought about further studies we can extract from the data, because we've been working a lot with our dear colleague from Chile, Javier Amores, and he pointed us to several further issues we could come up with statistical comparison and to explore deeper. So we could even come up with more journal articles. If you have a special idea, please come up to us. Please let us know so we can push for further things. But once more, so many thanks for being part of the study. I think it has been a wonderful addition to the CoMMPASS project, and shows that we not only have an excellent consortium in terms of teaching, didactics, but that's also an outstanding consortium in terms of research, and we can document it this way.
Thank you very much indeed. That was one of the gaps we wanted to fill with this CoMMPASS project, data-driven journalism training materials Africanist, to take your words from the first keynote. And this idea is really important, and we put the result of these studies in the modules themselves. A brief review, and afterwards I will give you the floor to have your views on this recommendation. But just to remind you of the different panel discussions we did have and we will have during this conference. The first one was how to take online teaching and its recognition further. So we have learned a lot from this first panel, and maybe there are things that can be put in the recommendation, recognition, micro-credential. What we have just discussed is something that is really important in such projects. The second one was online course for continuing professional development for journalists. What are the results of the CoMMPASS experience? And if you remember the outcomes I've presented the first day, there were something like 38% of the learners who were professional and 62 who were students, but the result at the end of the day showed that those who take the certificate were rather more importantly professional than students, so they seems to be more interested. And here again, there are maybe some recommendations that could be made in this matter. The third one was why online education in Africa must draw on African and cross-border research. That's the one we've just mentioned, cross-border cooperations. And you will see with the awards that these kinds of cooperations already occurred. Actually, there's a lot of former students, alumni, if I can say so, that already developed some cooperation with counterparts in other countries, and that's something here again, and that's the topic of actually the conference, the African narrative. So here again, there could be recommendation to move forward and to go further into this dimension, this Africanist dimension. The fourth panel, what do students think? So that's the feedback on this Pan-African online training experience. And we had the feedback from the students in this panel, and that was so interesting. And I'm sure there are a lot of recommendations that we can take from this to our gathering, to our collection. The fifth panel discussion was on micro-credentials for competencies acquired online. What's the future regarding these competencies? I talked about the experience of the European Journalism Training Association. We took from them, we built on their competencies, and on the syllabus that is available online on the CoMMPASS website, you can find all the competencies, and for each modules there are the specification of the qualification that are expected within the module. So here again, there could be some recommendation to have this on the agenda of international organization. We have a representative of various bodies here, and I will ask them for their views regarding that. So please do not hesitate to put some recommendation on that as well. The sixth panel discussion was how can we strengthen networking among journalism educators on online teaching. That's also a very important dimension. In just 3 years, we gathered 37 higher education institutions from different part of Africa, Western part of Africa, Francophone part of Africa, Lusophone part of Africa, English, and Kiswahili as well, and many other language. Actually, in the award competition, there was one in Moray language, so it's very impressive to see how we integrated this language dimension in the CoMMPASS experience. So here again, we could have some recommendation on how to network and to go further and to move forward, building on this informal network of 37 higher education institution. And last but not least, the seventh panel discussion that we will have this afternoon. What approaches can be taken to promote official recognition of online education? And here again, there's probably a lot to be told and to be suggested as far as recommendations are concerned. So we got some recommendation I see on the table. Please feel free to add some if you do have more. You can stand up and just bring them on the table or give them to Susanne directly. And while you are writing, maybe some other ideas can pop up. I would like to ask Ralph, Professor Ralph, to have your view. What would you have as a recommendation as far as you are concerned?
Well, I've submitted my recommendation to the professor. I just want to add that there's a need for more Africanness in this program. I also want to say that the diversities in terms of subject treated is to be okay, but our internet facilities are a little bit poor. I would like to suggest that in the future, we should have both hard copy and soft copy of programs so that we are put on notice every hour on the hour. As then on the light note is to say that the environment and the campus, in my judgment, is quite conducive, very neat campus, and the food excellent. Thank you. That's for now. Thank you for
Dr. Marion, you were introduced, and I would like to give you the floor as your new capacity in the accrediting body. What's your own view on what could be recommended in the field of journalism education?
Thank you very much, Dr. Michel. Good morning, colleagues. Yes, I'd rather speak a bit more generally. When it comes to online education and online recognition, we know that as the National Council, we already acknowledged that we need to embrace online learning, and that was really kind of jump-started by the COVID-19 period. So if institutions have online programs, we do embrace them. What we do, or what we need, what we require of them, is to process them through us. So we come and see the state of readiness to give online learning, to give online education. We look at the programs you want to offer, the infrastructure you have in place to support that. But that away from just looking at one university, one nation, Uganda now is part of the regional bloc, the East African Community. And as of last year, in September, we had our very first regional meeting of the ministers of higher education. And one of the things that was discussed was how to harmonize all these things, how to harmonize higher education, how to harmonize online education across the region. So when you're talking about protocols, the necessary protocols, I know that as of this morning, there's another online meeting because Uganda ceases to be the host and we're handing over to Rwanda. There's an ongoing meeting to see how we transition some of the things that were agreed upon. So yes, that's why I say we don't want to restrict the comment to just journalism because we have gone beyond. And the purpose is to see that our students or our learners can freely move, whether they are attending an online program in Uganda, should they want to shift to Kenya or any of the other East African countries, it should be seamless. Did I try to answer you? Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marion. I feel at home when I see that. BVB. Michael.
Yeah, you are not at home. I am BVB. I'm a Dortmund fan. All right. I would like to explain that one of the things I begin to realize is that we do know the need for online education. There's a need for it. And whenever we're discussing the need, we usually start with the problems. what is making it impossible, what is not making it quality. But I think we should go back a little bit and usually start from, is there a need for online education in our society? Yes. If yes, what are the parameters that we can deploy to deal with this? We still haven't gotten to the problems at that point. Because as soon as we start with the problems, we're throwing the baby with the water. So we first of all have to establish, is there a need? How can we deal with the need? What resources exist to deal with the need? How have people dealt with these similar needs in the past? And that's so the recommendation I'm making actually is a process to which we put this discussion. We need to relook at it at every level. That when we have established that there's a need for online education, we should go to parameters. I see this campus as a Pearson testing center. Pearson testing center. This place is a Pearson testing center, meaning that you have a relationship with Pearson, the education provider. Very good ways of mapping competences to micro credentials and public recognition of those micro credentials across the world. They could support us develop our own kind when we don't start the conversation with quality. Quality would come later. It has to start first with the need, the processes, and then we go to how to develop it without having to produce things that do not meet the competences. It's about competences, not physical online competences, and the way we can achieve those competences. And it looks to me that across West Africa, East Africa, we tend to first discuss the problems before they even the need. Even though we agree with the need, we jump straight to the problems that are going to prevent us from getting that need done. And I think that's too much of a jump. And that's a recommendation we can take into consideration as well.
Thank you very much indeed. As far as networking is concerned, Sisanda, what would be your recommendation to go beyond this informal network? You are the General Secretary of AGEN, the association, the network of African journalism educators. How to go beyond what has been achieved so far, according to you, and what could be your recommendation in this matter?
I think platforms like this are very useful because we are often looking for each other, but find it difficult to find each other. So spaces like this help you meet colleagues that you wouldn't otherwise maybe meet in other conferences. So perhaps a starting point is to take the opportunity, having heard all the presentations these past few days, to connect with colleagues, maybe at an institution that you were not aware of. That could be examiners or research collaborators beyond what's happening in CoMMPASS. And then I think we have got leaders in different associations and projects in the room. So there's definitely scope to collaborate beyond the level of the individual. So having conversations of how maybe we can co-host things together. And then I also think there is a platform that AGEN is trying to get off the ground. It's an online database. Margaret can maybe help me remember the name, that is trying to provide profiles of African scholars in media and communication. So if you are searching for someone who does a particular line of research, you might find them on that platform. So those Afro Media, yes, thank you so much. So platforms like Afro Media, if colleagues have not signed up, I think would be wonderful to keep the communication collaboration going.
And in this matter, I do recommend you to have a look on the newsletter of AGEN, the AGEN DA, and you can sign up online on the AGEN website. Miguel, we did had yesterday a very interesting conversation on the variety of stakeholders, the variety of actors as far as Lusophone countries are concerned. It's totally different, the situation between Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde and Mozambique and Angola. And maybe this matter, it could be worth sharing your views on that. What could be recommended in countries where the capacities, the capabilities are not the same as developed as in other cases?
Well, thank you, Michelle. One of the main things is you really need to work closely with associations of journalists, with the groups of media, with NGOs, and try to get together. Most of the times, get the journalists and the professionals, and sometimes professors together in one place, even when you are working online, because here we are quite good in terms of internet access, but that is not a reality in Mozambique, it's not in Guinea-Bissau, it's not in most of Angola. So it's difficult sometimes to have traditional online where each student is in a different place. You have to get them together to work together, even with the professor online. So that's one of the things. The second thing is about the question about the mother language and the language that we use. And I think probably in several countries, namely Angola, which has like 25 national languages, working with national languages and not Portuguese or any other language might be very important for several professionals in the area.
Thank you very much indeed. And that's also something that happens. Yeah, that's something that occurred in Ivory Coast, for example. We tried to reach them. We tried to reach the capital city, Abidjan, and they were not that willing. They were quite reluctant to join, actually, for bureaucratic reasons, let's say. And we did face this kind of reluctance, and that's also part of the realities. But there were very committed people that really wanted to attend the course, and they were in Korogo. It's a small town, let's say, up country, and we did had a partnership with them directly, and they agreed to select a limited number of students that attended the course. So we always find ways to circumvent the bureaucratic issue or administrative issue or reluctance somehow. And we are really grateful to have among the members of the consortium the University of Livingstonia in Mzuzu. It's not in the capital city, it's upcountry. And this dimension, you know, everything is not happening in the capital city. There's also many universities upcountry, that's an evidence, but it's always useful to remind that and to take that into account in our project, in our current or in our next project. Levi wanted to add something.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about, and it's really good that the National Commission for Higher Education is here. And the presentation from Malawi also made a lot of reference to NCHAIR, I think. And developing programs is a fairly expensive undertaking at the individual university level, at the individual country level. And I'm wondering, for example, just within the East African community, the IUCA that Marion spoke in reference of, if we could have a mechanism, I know the IUCA itself doesn't approve programs at that level, but individual institutions do approve. But a coordinated approach where the IUCA would provide approval, which then would percolate onto the individual institutions that make it easier for the universities now to perceive that program as already accredited, because at the national level, the programs are very expensive to approve in the sense of the national commissions, whether it is Commission for University Education in Kenya, NCHAIR in Malawi, in Uganda, in Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, for example. And we could be able to have that collective approval over there. Now, the registration into the communication programs and journalism program more specifically, let's face it, is on the decline in terms of the uptake of the students who are applying. And this opportunity would probably help provide a consolidated class that can be taught at one level that would then be acceptable for the individual institutions, a bigger class than the individual small classes that would otherwise have. So taking that position where there's that accreditation and then the programs are localized at the institutional level, at the in universities in various countries, would actually give us a very good opportunity for this program to then be adopted and applied across the board, in whether it's in Tanzania or wherever as it were. And then the collaboration across regions. So though Malawi is not part of the East Africa, but the fact that the Inter-University Council can be able to relate with the regional body on the other hand may provide, and I'm talking, maybe I'm dreaming here, but I'm just thinking that is a possibility that can actually work. It has not been tried, but maybe Marion is here, can help us think through how some of that can be able to be applied. Or at the degree level, then we could be able to have these courses that are the ones that have worked on that to this level of approval, and then just have them domesticated for the awards that need to be given. But I'm thinking that the regional councils can actually help quite a bit in terms of the acceptability of the programs, that then reduces the overall cost of intercountry accreditation. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the room who wants to share his or her views? Yeah, Marian wants to answer maybe.
Thank you, Michelle. Just so that I don't leave it hanging, my brother has pointed to me. Yes, there's a very big document called the East Africa Qualifications Framework for Higher Education that indeed intends to harmonize higher education structures so that there is comparability, there is transparency, there's credibility, and there's portability. So what you're talking about is actually already happening. Maybe what we need to do as the different representatives of the countries seated herein is to check with our respective nches. The colleague from Malawi, ours has a Uganda to eat sometimes. We put Uganda National Council for Education. So it's for us to check with our different commissions for higher education or councils for higher education to see how far they have gone. Because the bit of lag is that you find Kenya goes ahead, implements something, Uganda is doing something else, Tanzania is doing something else, and then we get to a kind of bottleneck. So the feeling is that let us harmonize. It's actually happening. Thank you so much. But because there's been a resolution to harmonize. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Mary Sibande.
Thank you, members. My contribution is I don't know if I'll be off track, but that's what is in my heart. I thought CoMMPASS would be better placed to do exactly what she's just been saying, the current presenter. If we could have maybe a kind of an assessment or baseline as to what is Africa now in this regard, and focusing on e-learning as well as micro credentials. If CoMMPASS could lead us into that and work, the consortium that we were in this project, we continued and we did this assessment. The findings of that would help us to scale out and be at the same platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. That was very insightful. And I would like to recommend that there were, the Erasmus Plus project are not specifically targeted to research. They are much more on teaching. But despite this fact, we managed to conduct 4 research studies at the very beginning of the project. All of them are online on our website, and they are very interesting things on the needs assessment, and as far as the profile of the students who are going to drop, for example, we already have their profile or the designed. So I really recommend you to have a look on these studies, these baseline studies. There are 4, and the 4 of them are online. Who else wanted to? Yeah, Lassane.
Thank you so much, Michelle. In view of the difficulties experienced by students, I would like to suggest if possible to schedule at least 1 2 hour discussion session between students and teachers in order to answer questions that the courses didn't cover. Thank you.
We try to have some actually. We try to have live session, especially this clinic session with the IODL team to try and find solutions but here there was a time gap, time difference that was really an issue. To add something.
Short comment or question, yeah. Sorry, as an outsider, let me say, because I'm not part of the project, but I'm happy to be here and really honors. And I would like to, we mentioned at the beginning the question of language barrier in terms of how to get many people and how to integrate local languages in the learning process and how to democratize knowledge, learning process and knowledge sharing. And I would like to know how you deal with language barrier within or in CoMMPASS project. Because as I'm observing, Francophone or people from Burkina or Francophone part are a little bit out of the debate because they don't the same access to the to voice their concern and to I don't know, maybe you have to see how to use more than one language in the during the meetings and so on. Just a comment as an outsider.
Very good comment and very timely actually, because the AI tool regarding live translation are really developing very, very quickly, and we do have a lot in this matter to be developed. So it's work in progress in this matter. Is there any other comment or recommendation? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. It seems that there is agreement that e-learning is the way forward. But of all the nations which are here, Malawi seems to be the most advanced because they have a very long history. And I think they offer the rest of the region or the rest of Africa a point to learn from. The issues of harmonizing the requirements across nations, I think, is also very important, and that needs to be addressed. And it seems that the limiting factor is policy and legal frameworks throughout the region to try and harmonize all these things so that we are at the same rate of movement in that direction. Because e-learning would cut down a lot of expenses in some areas, provided governments invest in the infrastructure which is required. And the issue of partnerships between the private sector and education, I don't know whether it's the private sector or public sector, is very important, because if the service providers of internet and the WhatsApp and so on come on board, it would be much easier for Africa to make a breakthrough on the ODER systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah.
I want to add on collaboration East Africa regarding J. Just to mention that the presenter this morning, Professor John Saka, is also the chairperson, National Council of Higher Education. So he's wearing towards chairperson of University of Livingstone, but is also chairperson of National Council of Higher Education. I'll brief with our lady here. There could be they can initiate discussions of collaboration that the CEO in Malawi and the CEO chair here, they can start talking and likely we can collaborate on the issue of micro credentials and other aspects of with media. Thank you.
That's also what is wonderful in such a gathering, to give birth to this kind of starting point of collaboration or further developments and so on. There's two takeaways, and I will give back the mic to the MC, that I got myself. Transdisciplinarity. This is really key as far as migration is concerned, and we got this cooperation with Thomas Sankara University, with economists as far as remittance are concerned, and that was a very, very well assessed module, actually. This is just economics, but we could have talk of geography, we could have talk of technology, borders, and what we call the smart borders. We touch upon a little bit in the last module of the course, so there's a lot in that. And the last takeaways, as far as I'm concerned, is the importance of the diaspora. I've mentioned during the first day that there were 28 countries, and I do apologize, it's actually 29. I forgot Malawi, so I do apologize for that. So it's 29 countries that were involved in the project, and just in sub-Saharan Africa, and totally, broadly speaking, it's 41 countries. So you got communities in France, in Switzerland, in Brazil, in the United States, even in Japan that were involved, and people get connected in that way. And to fill this gap between diaspora and Africa, this triangle dimension with the Atlantic dimension between Brazil, Africa, and Europe is really something interesting, and that I personally take away. Thank you very much indeed for this recommendation. We will come back shortly later. We will compile that. We will try to make a typology, and we will work on the recommendation afterward. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Michel. And everyone, now that ends us our break tea. Yes, we are ready for our break. And after the break, then we will have Dr. Kagoyire taking us through the next presentation. So we are going to use 30 minutes. We are going to use 30 minutes for that activity. So let's stretch, let's interact. Let's go and have grab a cup of tea. But I'll request Miss Priva, to pray for our break tea. Thank you very much.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for how you've provided life and tea and eats for us this morning. We pray that you bless the hands that have prepared them and bless them to nourish our bodies so that we can participate in the next session. We pray that you provide for those that don't have and that we'll be grateful for what we have this morning. We pray all this believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. So return by 11:15.
I'm in your arms. I'm in your arms. I'm in. Wanna be your time. Oh God, got me. Stay be the down to get the choir and people God I me. Oh, try me in your arms. Longing for you. Oh God, I'll be in your arms. Be to oh, story. I'll be in your I'll be on top. Come around into you, round into love. To the place of shelter, to the place of safety, round me, secret place, round the shadow of the Almighty God. Find me in your arms. Nothing like your presence. Find me in your arms.
Spotify Premium is the best way to upgrade your listening experience. Enjoy your music fully when you play songs in Explore new ways to tune into your music with Spotify Premium. Smart Shuffle adds recommendations into your playlist to show you new sounds, or you can make music. Can't get enough of your song of the moment? Download and indulge in the tracks you love over and over again with Spotify Premium. Tune in to discover an ad-free music listening experience where you can play your favorites in any order. Tap the banner to learn more.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is just to alert you that we are preparing for our next session. If you still have a bite, please see how you how you finalize because we may need to start. Our presenter is very ready. So if we can grab our last bit of it, and yes, and we get into the session. Okay. Okay. I hope you have enjoyed the breakfast. I hope you've enjoyed the breakfast. I want to thank the media team for keeping us live, yes, throughout the 3 days on the global platforms, Zoom, YouTube, and also social media platforms. I want to thank the students that are doing the editorial and live reporting for these sessions. Thank you very much. I think you visited our Twitter handle or handles, UCU Journalism. There's a lot of things going on, as well as the Makerere handle, Jocom at Makerere. There's a lot of reporting going on there. If you haven't, please do so. I'll request the IT team to just display those handles when this presentation is done, such that we can see what is happening there. Okay. I'm assuming everyone is here. Since Andrew has entered, I'm assuming everyone is here. Thank you, Dr. Mulatu. School of Education, lecturer, design since 1992. Okay, and to explain what is. Nice to meet you, madam.
I wonder why they never makes it to my place.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start. Our next presenter is already here. And let me just check my program. It had gotten legs. So our next session is on the value of online education in the redesign of a curriculum and all in its accreditation. So we are going to be taken through this presentation by Dr. Mary Kagoire Ocheng. Dr. Mary Kagoire Ocheng is the Dean of the School of Education at the Uganda Christian University. She's also a lecturer and practitioner in curriculum design and development. since 1992 at Makerere University to 2021, and also since 2021 at Uganda Christian University. So you see that we are in very good hands for this session. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Mary Kagoire to the podium. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Thank you so much, MC, for that introduction. Yeah, indeed, I've been in this field for quite some time. I'm not a journalist, but I think these days I'm associated with journalism because I teach the PhD, and I think I was part of the team that designed the curriculum. I didn't know journalism, but at least I knew the structure of curriculum development. And so, together with Professor Chibita, I think we were able to come up with a very good program. And I'm happy to be part of the team that teaches that group. And it's a very attractive program here at UCU. And so I'm going to present a case study of UCU in terms of embracing ODEL, just because I was also part of the team that was tasked to rethink when COVID-19 struck. Because UCU is a private university. I'm sure what I'm going to say, possibly my colleagues or my bosses have already talked about it. But when COVID struck, indeed, like any other, this country was in lockdown for 2 years. But this was being a public university and all the staff are home with low salary and the students home. The university had to rethink. And the rethinking was around how do we reach out to our students? Because staff needed the salary. And the only way was to think around the curriculum. That was the only way. So the case of UCU really demonstrated how curriculum design was not looked at as a technical thing, but to make meaning of what was happening as far as the students were concerned. You know, when we started that process as a team, because the university constituted a team of, I think, about 5, 6 from different faculties and with different discipline background. And when we sat, by then, of course, in the country, we really didn't have any benchmarking to do. Besides, we were locked down, so we didn't have any benchmarking. So we had to really think. And one of the thinking was, are we really just going to have an online and we just meet our students? Or so we had to start thinking around, who is our learner now in this context, you know? And how will knowledge be consumed by this learner? And how will learning be organized to make sure that we really have a meaning to these learners, you know? And we were looking at it like the value of this online learning should not just be, you know, a delivery mechanism, but structuring the process to ensure that really there is participation of the learners, there is pacing of learning, because the learners were out there and you don't know what they are doing. And you can't confine them like the way we have been confining them in the classroom. So when we are designing the structure we use to adopt, we had to think that in mind, that we now have a learner who is not with us, but who is all over the place, could decide to study when he's in the kitchen or when she's in the garden or when he finishes in the evening. So we had to think around that the kind of structure, the kind of model we should be thinking about, should be thinking of a learner who is out there doing their own things, whom you have no control of, like you used to have when they were in class, and now, but whom you need to interest, to make sure that they get the quality that you expect them to get, even when they are not with you. So that was the thinking then by the team. And so we had to think in terms of how we are going to engage the learners, how the assessment is going to take place, and the aspect of quality assurance. So when we had that in mind, that was now the thinking, and then we had to think in terms of how would the template look like, because now how would we be able to cause that? But of course, at the very beginning, because initially the university was closed, everything was silent, but people said, let's go online. And so when they said, let's go online, what happened? This is what I've just, this is what exactly happened. They said, no, I mean, face-to-face is, COVID-19 disrupts the face-to-face. And then there was the rapid, they said, let's go online. But what happened when the university went online? Of course, somebody talked about private partnership, private-public partnership. For us, we are private partnership. We got MTN, and they subsidize the data for online learning for our students to increase accessibility. And this was around 2021, towards the end of 2021, because that's the time we started saying, okay, let's go online. But we are going online in just speaking, okay. So how did the online go on during that time? It was predominantly a replica, because most people use synchronous, Zoom. We all went to Zoom. We all went to Zoom, went to Google Meet, and so there was a lot of people would just transfer the notes in the process. You just go in front for 2.5 hours. You are speaking to people. So you have not given the students to participate on their own. You're just speaking, you're giving a PowerPoint, you're speaking and talking for 2.5 hours. And of course, if there was a way of looking at what your students were doing, in most cases, some of us, I'm a teacher trainer, so sometimes you'd call someone and say, oh, can you give a contribution? And you find someone logged out long time ago. They are there, they are logged in, but they are not with you. And of course, the fatigue and the kind of, but that is how we, as most of the staff and most of us, because we were doing it just Zoom, 2.5. The timetable was also made similar to how it was during the face-to-face. And so we zoomed, and that was exactly what happened. And so what did we observe? This abrupt shift to online teaching presented a range of vulnerability to staff and students. Students could not, their attention span to that 2.5-hour lecture was very difficult. Of course, the staff could also not have data for all that time to be able to sustain a 2-hour lecture, or maybe twice a week or 3 times a week. And of course, most of the staff were unprepared and lacked digital pedagogical skills and resources. Most of people really do not have laptops of their own. The previous speaker talked about part-time staff. As a private university, most of our staff are part-time. And of course, you can't control them, and you can't also be able to give them sufficient resources. But that time, it was really a struggle, because we needed to make the students to be able to pay so as to survive as an institution. But indeed, we really survived. And at that time also, a learner responsibility was undefined. It was not clearly defined. What would the learners, if we have gone online, okay, the lecturer is transmitting the lectures, but what is the learner's responsibility? What is their role in that process? So by that time, of course, it was not defined. And of course, as usual, there was poor alignment with online demands. The online experts like Dr. Kajumbra, they knows what online really exactly means. But we were Zooming, and so the online demands were not aligned to what we are doing as an institution. So, but we had to rethink. One, we had to rethink, and we had to shift from content coverage to making meaning. Just not to, we had to, the staff through the administration had really to cause, we had to be retrained to ensure that we are not just covering notes the way it was being done during face-to-face, but to have to make meaning whereby the learner really benefits from our engagement. And during the, and one of the ways to do that was authenticity. The learner should be able to see, to relate with what you're talking about. You should be able to design your programs in a way. You should be able to speak, even when you're talking, to be able to, the learner should be see themselves, should see meaning, should see relevancy in what one is talking about. And of course, also it was realized that active learning was a necessity. Because if students, if you were using asynchronous, if you are using synchronous most of the time, and students are passively out there, it was very easy for them to go off and you find you are speaking to yourself. And so it was noted that when we eventually come to the redesign of the curriculum, we needed to ensure that the active learning was not a necessity, but not an option. And also that we had to also put in place a self-regulated students as a core outcome. The student, we didn't have to timetable and say we shall have mathematics between 1 and 2, English between 1 and 3. What now came up was the development of the platform where materials would be uploaded and the students would be able to study at their pace. That was now the thinking. And of course, that one, you wouldn't talk about it without enshrining it in the curriculum. You wouldn't just put it as a policy, but it had to be enshrined in the curriculum development process, because we realized that we're not making sense by just using synchronous and duplicating the old curriculum that we had before. And also we had to think in terms of online teaching, not just having a digital access, but that we had to find a way of making sure that students are developing skills. You're developing skills in the process, not just that they are online, but how do you make sure that there is skill development, there's critical thinking, there is, problem solving, even when students are online. And so we couldn't do that without integrating it within the curriculum. And so when we sat down to design the curriculum, those were the benchmarks under which we had to use as we were designing the curriculum. So why curriculum design was required then, after having gone through that? The curriculum that we're using then, the pre-COVID, was accredited as a face-to-face curriculum. And so even our regulator, National Council, was on us. And of course, for us as UCU, we never implement a curriculum which is not accredited. So we had to, all the programs had to be redesigned and submitted to our regulator. And we also had to change, and of course we had online blended, because as we see later on, when the COVID-19 ended, of course students had to come back, but still we continued with the online blended learning. The students are here, they do their sit-in, but courseworks, materials are still posted on their learning management systems. Now, so we did a redesign. We did this process. I think it was very crush, very, very crush. We're not sitting here. We're not sleeping here. And Professor Monica will remember we were really not sitting in that time, the whole of 2021. And that's when we commenced the review process, because we had to redesign all the programs, all. And by 2022, most of the programs had been reviewed, integrating order, and submitted to National Council for Higher Education, and they were most of them were accredited, except those that needed the other bodies like Medical Council and the Law Council to make their input. But it was a very hectic time for the university, but we did our best, and all was done. Some of these I've talked about during when we sat down to the design process. We had to remap the design, and the remapping the design was, this curriculum is different. The students, you have to make sure that even if the students are not with you, the role of the student now has to be supreme. Their role in the learning process has to take a center stage. And so that was the rationale that we had to base ourselves, that the students have to take a center stage. And so we also had to think in terms of adopting a constructive alignment model, whereby if you have set a learning outcome, all the rest of all the components of the curriculum have to align in order for the students to attain their competencies. So that one was something we had to attain. We designed the programs. In other words, if you have the content outline, had to make sure that it's aligned to the outcomes, to the competences that you require. The methodologies also had to be aligned, and the assessment strategies also had to be taken into consideration. And so all that had to be revamped to ensure that everything is in place. And when we came to the implementation, the actual implementation that we are doing up today, this indeed still the learner was still the center stage, and that is why we had to ensure that through our Moodle platform, the issue of pre-recorded materials, the issue of ensuring that whatever strategy you are using, all the activities, the learners have what they are doing. Not me as the lecturer still in the driver's seat. And over and again, evaluation and modification. As a university, we have been doing a lot of evaluation, because one of the beauty about the online is there is self-evaluation. It is easy for me to be able to know who has uploaded materials, the quality of materials, because I have access to all the people. As dean, I have access to all the platforms of the staff. I can be able to see how many students are accessing, how many students have attained coursework, whether the staff the staff is engaging them. The system is able to tell us what is happening. And of course, there was a lot of, we've been doing a lot of modification. I am glad that the e-learning manager will be talking after me, so he will tell us exactly what they are doing. And so there's a lot of modifications, there's a lot of learning. We are not doing, but we have really tried, because most of our postgraduate programs are blended, 3 quarters out there, and they just come here maybe for presentations, and also to verify whether the people you have been speaking to are the actual ones. And so, but most of it, 3 quarters is online. And we've had so many coming out of the program. Of course, the challenges mentioned will be also, which was mentioned by the previous speaker, are similarly the same, but our students, I think, we've been able to engage students within the country, outside, and they have been able to go through the program very successfully. So when we did sat down to do the curriculum, one of the things that we really took care of was a clear course introduction in the curriculum, in the actual curriculum. You had to introduce that student to the curriculum. Tell the student, as if you're speaking to the student, what is expected, what the program is all about. The student has to understand, to be able to know exactly what is expected of them. So the curriculum structure that we adopted had to first have an introduction that is telling the students what is expected of them, what is the curriculum is all about, what their do's and the don'ts, and all that is required. And of course, also we had to ensure that it is really a learner-centered orientation where most of the activities throughout the whole curriculum structure was around what the learner is supposed to be doing. And of course, we also had to clearly specify the outcome so that the learner understands what is expected of me at the end of this course, And of course, as usual, needs correction, I think. We also had to, as a university, because we are Christian university, we had to follow our identity of integrating faith and learning in our programs. And that was one of the things that we had all those programs, because our regulator always has to ask us, what makes you a Christian university? So we had to make sure that whatever we are doing in the engagement of the learner in the curriculum, the issue of integrating faith was also part of that process, even when they are not aware, they are not clear to us. So all that was really put into consideration. Mentioned earlier, most of our programs that are the integrated model were accredited. By 2022, most of our programs were accredited. And in fact, most of them now, I don't know, they don't use expiry anymore. I think they're supposed to be reviewed. And I'm sure from this conference, we shall be able to get new ideas on how we should look at them, because that time we used what was coming, what came to us very easily. But now most of them have this year, by the end of this year, they should be expiring. I don't know, I think National Council has a new name, and we should be reviewing them. And so I would be glad to get some of the ideas coming out of here, what shape the curricula should take, at least in the 2026. What we did was emergency review during COVID because we had no choice. And I'm sure there have been a lot of shortcomings, but now we are at peace. We need to be able to come up with something very clear, very ordered, which will stand the test of time. So, still in the development process, we really clearly specify the pedagogical and instructional pedagogies, methodologies. We really had to be very, very clear that even if the students are online, you don't have to. If you are to use a project, how do you institute and teach and prepare students using a project method when they are not with you? How do you get the feedback? How do you support them? What kind of materials? All that had to be integrated into the materials. And also we had to plan the resources and scaffold them and make sure that the resources are available to them, because they are out there. You have to be able to make the resources very clear to them. You have to make them very clear to them. And of course, make sure that the constructively aligned assessment and evaluation frameworks are in place. One of the things about the evaluation frameworks is at UCU, the staff evaluation is done through the Moodle platform. The students evaluate us, and also the management of the e-learning department also evaluates us. So if you don't use Moodle, you know very well that you're going to be evaluated by both the students on how well you are making sense to them, and also the management is also during the staff evaluation, we also evaluated on how we are using the platform. They don't have to come and do an interview with me. They go to the platform and check what kind of information do I place there, how do I interface with the learners, how in terms of feedback of the assessment, and so it's very easy for them to be able. So the issue of quality assurance is in place. So what has been the value of online teaching? I mean, of online education in this curriculum design? Of course, we have the learners, the center design has really been working. Indeed, the learning, the curricula is really around the learner. And we have also embedded formative assessment where students get feedback quickly. The system is in a way that you should be able to give assignments, whatever assignment it is, and you should be able to give them feedback every time through the system. And so students are able to get to see themselves what they are doing weekly as per the system. There is also flexible and equitable learning access through Moodle platform, because the materials are out there. So it's up to the student has a liberty to access as and when they have the time. It's not like the first time when you had to schedule a Zoom class. The materials are on the platform, and it's up to the student to be able to access at their time, at the time they're available to them. And also, of course, as I mentioned earlier, strengthen digital alignment and accountability. We are able to be monitored and assessed by the management on how we are doing the things and whether we are in the right direction. And of course, also there is a sustainable curriculum reform beyond COVID. In this country, after elections, on the 15th of January, our students were already there, were already here for for this semester. But after elections, we're all told to stay back. And but as we talk now, UCU students are studying. UCU students are studying. They are not, because the government says the universities should, all schools, including universities, should start on the next week. But for us, we have not stopped. And so, because already we have systems in place to continue. So our students are studying, and when they come back physically, they will continue because they have been trained, even when they are here physically, to do a blended learning, whereby 2 hours you are in class, another 2 hours you are online, and also the materials are available to you. So we have been able to sustain this online learning beyond the COVID-19 context. So what are some of the support systems at Uganda Christian University? We have, indeed, we have integrated the academic and student support. We have academic and student support, that's underpinned this because we normally have regular trainings. I think our trainer is standing there, and he regularly trains staff and students. Every time we get new students, I think there is also, or every Thursday of the week, there is a program to train students and staff. Whoever is interested, you log in and you're trained. If you have an issue that you don't understand how to access or how to do things, the team is always online every Thursday from 4 to 5. And so we have those regular context-specific CPDs, continuous professional development, for academic staff to strengthen the online pedagogy and assessment. So that one has been able to support us. It's a learning process because there's a lot of change. I mean, online learning is very dynamic. You've learned something today, the next day it is no longer working. So you need to keep on refreshing yourself. But we are lucky that we have a department that is responsible for that, and also there we also have a stable and accessible learning management system. I think one of the things the university did, maybe he'll also talk about it. They really put a lot of funding in our learning management system, and it is always really very available. It's very reliable, and it really supports us. And I think we can say that we have really been able to do that. And of course, with the assistance of the university. I have talked about nice things at UCU, but we also had challenges. And some of the challenges was pedagogical resistance among academic staff. You know, I am used to being a teacher. Now here I can't go behind and be part of the learning process. So of course that resistance continues. Some people don't want to change. They want to continue, even when he goes to the learning, to the system, they want to continue being the one in charge and give a lecture and not be able to give activities to make the learners to do their own learning through using your support. This issue of reluctance to reconfigure academic authority, you want to be the one in charge. You don't want the learner to be responsible for their learning. And of course, that is bringing a lot of making us not very ordeal, but half ordeal, half ordeal, because we still want to be the one in charge. You still want to be the teacher, to be the source of knowledge, to be the source of everything. And yet we don't know, we forget to know the context under which we are working, that knowledge is no longer the confines of the lecturer, knowledge is everywhere. So that has been our problem. And but of course, eventually, the lecturers you find yourself that you are the loser. You students know more than you. Of course, the other thing is the limited technical and digital pedagogical competence, which I mentioned, but of course with the training and retraining. But of course, as I mentioned earlier, there's always someone who comes, a new staff who needs to be trained, a new, so it's something which also makes it very difficult. Of course, the issue of access, reliable access to electricity and digital infrastructure. Most of the parts of this country are not resourced. And so you find that our students and staff may not be able to have access. And so those are some of the challenges which even my predecessor had mentioned. The other thing which is now a challenge, and I hope this meeting is going to come up with strategies, is the emergence of AI in the learning environment. The AI is becoming very difficult. We need to be retrained on how to use ODEL in the context of AI, because you might think that you are the experts, whether we lead ourselves to be teachers now or to change our position as support as lecturers, because while we were giving them activities much earlier, where we designed the curricula and thought that we had really been very useful in writing the right activities, the right assessment strategies. But with the emergence of AI, however much you do it, so whether we are going to use, we now have to be retrained on how to use AI as a pedagogical tool, not as because otherwise we shall not be able to make a meaning. So I hope you'll be able to come up with how do we manage AI in the context of model. Okay, so I would like to conclude that in this context of model or online learning, curriculum design is not technology adoption. It is enduring legacy of online education at UCU. It's not just technology adoption, it's enduring a legacy of online education. We really feel that we have at least done something. We might not be 100%, but at least we are online. We are online and we are engaging our learners even when they are not with us. We didn't just adopt the technology, but it's a legacy that it is here, and we need to be facilitated, to be supported by a team like you to make our model better. We have it here. We think it is working, but we believe that with these new brains and new technologies and new energies, we shall make our model much better. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kagoire, for taking us through the UCU journey in trying to get to online learning in a period where institutions had been closed. And I think UCU was the first university to get online learning. So it was quite an experience. Thank you for sharing with us. Do you still have some minutes here? So if you have any comments, we can take okay, there is a hand there and another hand there, Aminata and Mr. Waigulo. We could take your 2 comments and the professor will respond and we'll let her go for the next meeting. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Professor, for the presentation. I'm Solo Waigolo from National Council for Higher Education. I want to start with remember Professor raised the question whether it's expired or not. We no longer use the word expired. We say the program is due for review. The program is due for review or is active. So you you know where you are standing. When talk about Odell, it's open, distance, and electronic learning. We put emphasis on E, that's electronic, and we always forget the O and the D, open distance. Before technology, we had the open distance learning, where we had the study centers in regions, people were using post office to deliver learning materials and even get feedback from the learners. Right now, as we review our program, the main challenge, which I think you still remember, the issue we had with National Council was on assessment. COVID caught us unaware, and we were not prepared. So when we woke up, we said, let's go online. But how are you going to assess the students? And how will you tell that the person is sitting for this paper is his soul, and there's nobody behind supporting him? I think that's where we had the issues. And today, after having the emergency order because of COVID, people thought that what was approved that time during COVID is still going on. Institutions are supposed to come back and tell us, yes, that was during COVID, that after COVID, how are you prepared to run these programs? We have programs like medicine, programs like engineering, programs like education, where you have issues of internship, placements, and school practice, among others. We need to see them addressed in your new program or your revised curriculum, and emphasize the issue of assessment. And how do you tell that the person actually is learning or learning is taking place. It's possible for me to log in. I go to my garden. Sometimes when you have meetings, they call you, Saul, can you lead us in a word of prayer? You are not there. But they see you, you have logged in. So as we revise, we need to emphasize those areas. I've talked about AI, I had raised it here, but it's one of the things now. We have to embrace AI. But how do we go about its challenges? I thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. I have two questions. The first one is that you mentioned the fact that the staff was not well prepared for online teaching during pre-COVID periods. I would want to know how you managed to deal with this situation, because most of the time teachers are not well prepared for online teaching. So how did you manage to prepare them for the reorientation of the curriculum? The second question is related for the high dropout level of on students during the academic period. We have a high rate in our country in Burkina Faso. I would want to know if it is the case in UCU and how you manage to overcome this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll start with National Council, our regulator. Yeah, thank you so much. We have so many course programs that are due for review. And indeed, that's why I said that we have now. We are going to do as recommended. Yes, the online and distance learning. I was part of the team, Makerere, that started the distance learning. And we wrote, I don't know whether they are not called learning materials, very expensively, books. And the students were given, these were really learner guides. And students would go with those learner guides. And I think it did well, by the way. They went with learner guides. They came for a face-to-face, 1 month. Was it 1 month or 2 weeks? 1 month, 2 weeks. They came for 2 weeks. We introduced the program. And after introducing the program, you have already introduced them to the student learning materials. These were physical materials. And the students went with them. We had, I think, satellite centers for people to follow the map, correct assignments, and and if they had any questions, because by then we didn't have WhatsApp. We didn't have any other way of reaching out to those students. But for some reason, those centers were able to. So at least I think also there was some element of keeping online and keeping distance and learning. So indeed, I think that the open learning was an eye-opener, that when we came to online learning, it was very easy to replicate the model to online, because we already had that way of knowing. Because the most important thing in online learning is support materials for the learners. As long as the learners have the support materials, whether it is physical like we used to do, whether it is the online materials on the platform, as long as students have access, I think that is where learning will take place. You talked about authenticity in assessment. We have an anti-plagiarism check. Well, of course, the one which we cannot which we are trying to do is to, I think there are so many programs where they do online assessment, and they have cameras whereby you sit and you are observed what you're doing. But over and above that, there is also a plagiarism check at early teen. So when a student uploads their materials, we are able to see that indeed how much was your work and how much was plagiarized. So that is already enshrined in the learning management system, and at least we are able to to know that this at least the student. But as I mentioned, it's not purely on 100% online. We have other mechanisms under which students come and they're able to present what they have been able to learn, not to sit in class and do exams, but to be able to make the presentation of their work. So in terms of assessment, we have been able to try different ways to make sure that there is some authenticity in the way we are assessing the students. Of course, even in the sitting exam, there are always ways in which students can be able to not do the best, but at least given what we have, and I think the manager also talked more to that, is that we have been able to try to integrate all those aspects. And of course, also they are timed. You know, if it's a 3-hour exam, and within the 3 hours, you should be able to have submitted, and the system will log you out if you have not uploaded your exam. The other question was on staff training and orientation. Of course, the staff had to be trained online. They had to be trained online using the Zoom and the Google Meet. And I think the person who, the department that did the training, unfortunately, they are all here. They was, and of course, as I mentioned, the training has not been a one-off. It's an ongoing process. It's an ongoing process. There is an ongoing process, training and retraining of staff. As I mentioned, every week, you are free to log in and ask your questions of where you fall. And of course, also they are able to see the way you interface with your students on the management system. They're able to see that indeed you are a struggling person or you are an excellent person. And then if you are a struggling person, they ask you to come over and support. And also when they see how we interface with the learning management system, they are now able to frame their next topical orientation. You know, when they see we are struggling in assessment, they bring training programs for assessment. If it is delivery, if it is materials for learners, we also train. So it's really tailor-made to what the training needs of the staff and students is over time. The issue of high dropout, we did go to high dropout during that COVID time, 2021, 2022. Most of our staff indeed dropped out. And but some of them later on, as they also got into the knowledge of technology, some of them came back. Most of them came back because earlier on, of course, everybody was not so good at technology, and some of them really could not pop up. But later on, they were IT was integrated even in high school. By the time they come to university, most of them are now already competent enough. At least they have the minimal competence in using electronics. So it's no longer a very difficult thing where students drop out because students are exposed to these electronics even in the preschool. So it is, as time goes on, they are getting better and better, unlike those days. And mostly the ones who dropped out were the postgraduate students, the much older than our age, who could not cope with that new change. There's a question I forgot about the national council about the skill-based programs like medicine and engineering. I think those programs also, they have other ways of developing skills in the learners using the technology, using simulations and other ways of engaging learners. But as I mentioned, most of the programs here are not 100% online. They are blended. And so there are opportunities for them to be able to do the physical interface so that they can get the clarifications, but also there are also online practical pedagogies which the experts can be able to give. So they have been able to use those. And I think we are there. We are there. I can't say 100%, but it is work in progress. And we can say that we have not, our students are not complaining. And when they complete at this university, we can't say that they are not, the market out there is very happy with them. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kagoire, for those insights. Now, to extend the discussion on online learning and ETC is a panel that's going to be chaired by Dr. Sam Kazibwe. But as Dr. Sam Kazibwe comes, allow me to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Kabanda, who is the manager e-learning at the Uganda Christian University. Yes, so the panel that Dr. Sam is going to chair is basically going to tackle the theme, what approaches can be taken to promote the official recognition of online education. Dr. Sam, you're very welcome. And you may please introduce your panel.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kakoza. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, my name is Sam Kaziwe. I'm a teacher here at Uganda Christian University in the School of Journalism, Media, and Communication. My role this afternoon is quite simple: to moderate a discussion regarding the approaches that can be taken to promote official recognition of online education. It's a panel of 4 eminent persons in the academia and in the regulation of higher institutions of learning. I will start by inviting Dr. Richard Kajumbula to come to the fore. Dr. Richard Kajumbula is a lecturer in the Institute of Open, Distance and E-Learning, Makerere University. He's also a researcher in e-learning and instructional design, accounting and finance. He is an instructional designer and a certified blended learning academic developer with experience in instructional design and facilitating blended and online courses. He has vast experience in training, research, and practice in e-content development, designing online courses, developing people and enhancing practice, supporting technology-enhanced learning, and developing and utilizing e-portfolios in articulating competences. He has served as an ambassador and board member of the International Council of Distance Education, Open Education Resources Advocacy Committee, and a module trainer of the Staff and Education Development Association. He has undergone training in Arizona State University, USA, Makerere University, University of South Africa, University of Agder in Norway. He has also had mentorship from the United States International University in Africa, the South African Institute of Distance Education, and has worked with partners in several universities across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, join me once again to welcome Dr. Richard Kajumbula. Next is Mr. Martin Kabanda. Mr. Martin Kabanda is the manager of the e-learning department at Uganda Christian University, where he has previously served in various leadership roles, including as acting dean of the School of Business and also as head of undergraduate studies. As a seasoned management lecturer, he holds a Bachelor of Commerce from Makerere University and an MBA from the Università Cattolica in Milan, Italy. He's currently pursuing a PhD. He also specializes in change management with focus on e-learning, bridging the gap between traditional business administration and the evolving digital landscape of modern higher education. Please welcome Mr. Martin Kabanda. Our next speaker is Mr.
So Waigolo, who is a Senior Public Relations and Corporate Affairs Officer at the National Council for Higher Education. He is a seasoned communication specialist with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Mass Communication and a Master of Arts degree in Strategic Communication, both from Uganda Christian University. He also holds a Master of Arts in Public Relations and Media Management from Cavendish University. Let's join our hands to welcome Mr. Sawaiga. Last but not least is Dr. Michael Yawo Odui Seruono. He is a leading voice in the global communication and an associate professor at the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. He earned his PhD from Eric Brost Institute in Germany and is a former postdoctoral fellow of the American Council of Land Societies. As a scholar practitioner, Dr. Seruono redefines our understanding of global media systems by bridging high-level research with 20 years of experience as a broadcast journalist and manager. This on-the-ground perspective informs his intervention into intersections of race, culture, and the evolution of digital journalism platforms. His expertise spans the diverse media landscape of Africa and the ethical complexities of the global data age. Currently, a research fellow at the Central University of Accra, Ghana, his latest work investigates BRICS media in Ghana and the African American forgotten attempt at global journalism. Let's welcome once again, the topic of discussion for us focuses on the approaches that can be taken to promote official recognition of online education. And having listened to the profiles of the four gentlemen before us, it's quite clear that we are in safe hands. Quite eminent people and competent in the area of e-learning and regulation of higher institutions of learning. Each member of the panel is going to be accorded 7 minutes for starters to make a brief presentation regarding the approaches that can be taken to promote official recognition of online education. And I beg to start with Dr. Richard Kajumbura. Please get the microphone. In 7 minutes, what are some of the approaches that can be taken in your view to promote this edifice called online education?
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaziwe, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. So approaches promoting official recognition. Now, official recognition, when I look at official, maybe I look at it in terms of maybe in the institution, does management recognize? Then out of the institution, does the country recognize officially? And probably out of the country, do international agencies recognize that online education? And institutionally, what we can do is to, because the purpose, and which Dr. Kagore has said and many of us have said, is that we educate so that we attain the learning outcomes. At the end of that day, what's the purpose of training? And you can train face to face, but you can also train using online. Now, if I'm going to recognize the online approach, it must also be able to produce the learning outcomes that I would like to get. And producing that person that we need, then the approaches are both internal within our institutions and of course externally. How do we, for example, if I use the systems kind of approach or theory, after defining your learning outcomes, defining what you want, now, who do you admit into the process? What do you put, what type of resources do you invest in the process? Then, how is the process carried out? How is the process carried out? The training process? How do you support your online learner, for example? How do you examine or assess that learner? How do you know whether the learner has attained the learning outcomes? That's now within the process. What policies are available inside the institutions to support that provision? What policies are available? Are your staff ready? Are your staff ready? Because if it's a product, sometimes they refer to our graduates as products. So if a product is being processed, the processor, what's the quality of the processor? I can bring good input, but the processor and the processing process, if I'm allowed to say that, is problematic. Yes. So have we trained our lecturers? Have we put the infrastructure? Because this is this is online. How is the infrastructure? So at the end of the day, when we facilitate, when we teach, and we are given the resources, we can now check what's the assessment process. That's something someone has been asking. How do we assess? How do we know before we send this person out there? Are we satisfied with what the person can do? Now, once that process is done well, maybe that is one way our online learning can be recognized. But now out there, now out of the institution, we have all our stakeholders, and stakeholder engagement in all our processes of e-learning is also one of the ways that we can be recognized. Whatever we are teaching online should feed into the needs of the stakeholders. And I know that many of you, when writing, say, curricula, or when writing projects, that first paragraph, you start by justifying how whatever you're going to do fits in national priorities, international priorities. So if it's an education, you know, you always keep quoting SDG 4, is it white education, you know. How does online satisfy that stakeholder? So we need to bring the stakeholder on board. What kind of person do you want? And how can you help us? And there are many stakeholders, of course. I talked about that other category, but also have governments that influence. We have our employers, the industry. Those are people who can also help us. We have former students. You know, sometimes don't involve them so much, but then they also play a role. Of course, we have our journalists like you here. You have a role to play. In other words, what I'm trying to say, that if the stakeholder is satisfied with your product, then they recognize it. But beyond that, the funding that we get so that the product is a good product is something also very important. What I've also learned, apart from the product, that the product satisfies the needs of the stakeholder, then they recognize it. The institution also has to brand itself and the product. I've seen many products being consumed, not because of the products per se, but who is providing this. And so once you brand yourself as a provider, then again, your product will be recognized. The accrediting agencies, whatever you're producing, how is that product accredited? Now this is academic program. Is it accredited? Or they will call it fake, that it is not known by the regulatory agencies. And how does the regulatory agency accredit? So there's also that whole process, accreditation, right from the internal accreditation, where we begin our internal processes, which the professors here showed, begin with this analysis, and all that, Senate and all that. But even out there, how does our National Council of Education come to conclude that the Bachelor of Journalism online, the online Bachelor of Journalism is accredited? Because that, when they produce a list of accredited programs and their peers, then we know we have kind of like attained recognition. Then our graduates are also stakeholders. When they do what's supposed to be done, when they're out there, then we are recognized. Okay, so for me, getting recognized, stakeholder engagement, very important. both internal and external stakeholders. What does each stakeholder want? And so as produce a program, make sure that all stakeholders, are there technology companies? I remember after COVID, or during COVID and after, Makerere University entered into an agreement with the MTN and Airtel, such that our learning management system is zero rated, no, something like that. Zero rating, that if you log into using r.mark.sc.ug, then MTN and Airtel will not remove data from you, things like that. So if you work with your stakeholders, one, they can influence your inputs, they can influence your processes, can influence also the quality of your output. And like I said, also brand the product. I've also seen products that are branded and are recognized. Sometimes in business, you can brand a product, but brand a product to match with the quality, and the quality is defined by you, but also by the users out there. Sometimes I've also seen people who have graduated and they are good at what they do, but because of the institution not being branded, then it's assumed they are not good at what they do. Okay? Then I've seen people who have gone through good institutions, but are not good at what they do. So the issue of recognized is very important. And it's not a question of online learning only. Even before online, people would question degrees, they would question learners, they would question. So with the advent of online learning, the whole thing became, can I call it worse? Because now they say, if even during the times when people are learning face to face, people still question. Your graduates don't not write an application letter. Graduates, is it a job seekers? Don't you? Graduates. Now, online, how do we how do we step our game? To me,
You have 1 minute.
Yeah, stakeholder engagement to me. In all processes, engage your stakeholders, engage them. If it is partners, engage them. These conferences bring technology companies, bring all those people, government, like they're here, engage so that they can recognize, because the question was about recognition of your online practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will go now to Professor Seruno. We've listened to the approaches as presented by Dr. Kajumbura. And the second level question would be, are these approaches universal? Are they context specific? Are there particular examples that you can speak to that can help to promote recognition? The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that my brother Richard is speaking well and giving us the stuff that we need to understand. Branding, user experience testimonies, and various levels of recognition of the online learning. Sometimes some of the problems we have is even internal. At the university, you're working with a team to promote online learning, but some of your colleagues are laughing at you. And so it's very important that that internal acceptance is there. And I think also it's not only your colleagues on campus, sometimes it's also the regulator. Sometimes the regulator looks like a police person, but regulators are not police. We are partners in ensuring that we deliver. Sometimes if we had everything we needed to deliver, we would have delivered. So that the regulator is not a police. In countries where there's no national regulator, what you have is middle state accreditation, like in the United States. You have middle state accreditation, you have southern accreditation, and these bodies give you collegial submission. So collegial submission means we want you to improve on this. Collegial recommendations, collegial acceptance. Everything is called collegial because we can refuse your accreditation, yet we call it collegial. Collegial refusal. So we need to understand that, because in that case, then we will be moving forward. I would like to speak first to the idea that policy must move from a crisis mood where we gather somewhere and put up instrument to, because e-learning is no longer an emergency remote teaching thing. It has to go to the point where we consider it as quality digital education. We need to move there now. So how do we do that? Equivalence. Same legal status, same professional weight. Let us base our argument on learning outcomes, rather than the amount of time spent sitting in the classroom and whether there was a professor in front of him or not. Learning outcomes. And whenever I say learning outcomes, I mean learning outcomes can be tested. If you like, test your online student with the digital student. In the United States, we have something called the IPP test for general education. If campuses that have global education, you can test both students. Have they achieved writing skills? Traditional student and online student. Pearson Testing Center is in this school. You can test people there. Test your student on courses they have done online and those they have done face to face and see. You might be shocked with the data you have. So testing is a way to think about the equivalence. You cannot be talking about accreditation without national testing harmonization. Maybe we are scared of something that doesn't even exist. Maybe our online students are even performing better than our face-to-face student. We don't know. We need to have a national and regional credit transfer system like the SADC model from the southern countries, which our colleague from South Africa can even speak a little more to, because there's a model where you can transfer credits in their region. And we should look also at funding. Funding models, I don't know about Uganda, but in Ghana, funding models are based on funding per head, meaning that if you have 10,000 students, your funding is this. If you have 1,000 students, your funding is this. And when it comes to online, what do? They say, oh, online, you don't need to spend a lot, so we put 4 students together into one. Because of that, schools don't want to go online. So what you do in this case is that what they do in this case, they give you some of the courses online, they give you some of them face to face so that all their students can be counted. So regulators need to look at that, okay, the high cost of infrastructure required for digital learning should make it such that we consider every digital learner as a head per head in the funding model, provided this region does that. But it's done in some West African countries where your government subsidy is given based on student per head. Accreditation should be shifting a little bit. It should not be the physical space. We should be thinking about moving to digital first rubrics, and we should apply those rubrics across board, irrespective of whether they're face to face or digital. For us, I think as faculty members, we need to do something to change this narrative. We can think about pedagogy better than platform. Pedagogy is a big deal. Cognitive, social, teaching presence, community rather than software alone. Software alone doesn't do it. With the software, you still need to have a community. Identification and verification of integrity. In my university, I give a lot of quizzes online. My colleagues don't believe that, but I use UJA, and if you turn your head 3 times without any reason, the quiz stops you and takes a point. So, there are ways to check. And we know that in normal face-to-face tests, sometimes students cheat. Even national exams, they cheat. But in the online, when you turn 1 or 2, you're gone. So there are testing approaches that can actually help us. We need to look at those approaches, and they are instruments that we can buy. Building digital campuses as part of our physical campuses. There should be UCU Global or UCU Digital or UCU World. It's a campus within campus where we have their own deans that are taking our physical curriculum and trying to run it. This is what it does. We get into something called iteration. We test this, we retest, and we will get to the point where it's quality. Sometimes when you want the guys who are doing the physical to do it, they're not going to do it. It's too much work. So iteration is the best way to do that. We create a global campus, we start a few of our courses on that iteration. University of Cape Coast in Ghana offers medical education through a model that is called competence-based, and each course is taught for 2 weeks. A course for 2 weeks, you go to another course. They don't go semester, 2 weeks for each course. And yet, whenever there's a national contest for medical students, they have won it consistently for 7 years against universities that have run medicine for 25 years. So it's about the competences and how the approaches you use to measure it. The thing that I want to talk about is this. If we're building UCU Global, we should think about psychologists, instructional designers, communicators, subject-specific experts. And then we should also think about how user experience, which is how we design our applications or workarounds. And AI can help us a lot. We can demonstrate that we're achieving these things. Edge computing, gateway computing, offline first. Do you know that some of the problems we're already facing have solutions? Like a student says, the internet is gone off, so I cannot submit. We can create an application that can allow them to submit, and later on midnight, we run the data, and then we have the files. You don't need to have internet at all costs to submit your work. So these applications that it's called edge computing, it's there. I'd like to also say that showing both student and faculty what is possible and the things that are already used elsewhere is very important. We should not assume that all faculty know what it takes to run this online seriously. And that is why I would love to come back here and see UCU Global. Even if they are delivering only one program, that would be a good starting point to upscaling to the entire university. Because this problem we're having is not only us, it's not exclusive to us. You see, there are schools in the United States where I teach, it's completely for Black people. And the problems they face are not different from the problems we face here because they are pro-poor. They are badly funded. So we're in the same soup and we are working on daily basis to solve it. And so I look at some of the points that my brother has raised, and I have added a little bit. And mine is that we should look at tools that can help us, and we should begin to embrace and iterate amongst us here. And that should be the way forward. And the regulator by my right hand side has agreed that they're not going to be police anymore. They are going to be partners, police partners, collegial partners. And that means a lot to us, especially as a communicator. The way he talks to us is better. And I think he is better than Ghana. Ghana, they tell you that your accreditation has expired. They don't say that you are due for review.
Thank you so much. Let me hope the agreement with the regulator wasn't under duress. But thank you so much for those insights. Let's now go to Mr. Martin Kabanda. And as manager, e-learning department at Uganda Christian University, what are some of the things that you've done to help in the promotion of e-learning?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. And the question, what have we done as an institution? Dr. Kagoil has narrated a story from where we started and up to where we are. And the Ugandans really appreciate this story. And right now, I think we are on board to deal with that question of trust. The rest, I know most of the institutions are doing. We have frameworks, teaching is going on, curriculum has been redesigned. Our regulator has visited us, and probably they have always been giving us a go ahead. We are trying. But the question of trust is in, and it's what we are dealing with. And when you look at our topic, as panelists here, it's a big thing, recognition. And myself, I'm not a journalist, but I come with the lens of management.
even in my position, because it's an issue of change management. We are changing. We are changing from a point where even the head of state had not recognized this online teaching, neither the Minister of Education. During that period of time, when we flaunted that even when COVID is on, we want to come up on the State of Nation address, the president said, "What's wrong with you, CU? What are you doing? How do you teach even online?" And then the minister said, "They are adamant." And now that is recognition. These are states, and this is a minister of education. That was enough to bring about trust issues. But after a year, because COVID was not going, we are seeing this on the floor of parliament. So guys, I think we might phase out education. Let's do something. And probably online. The speaker, those who say, yes. Yes, okay. So please, National Council means do something, organize. Now they recognize, but out of crisis. It was not planned for, but now it is a necessity because the world is moving in that direction. Now, the issue of trust begins from there. So we are learning in the process. Now, what have we done? We are addressing these issues. Who is not recognizing? We are talking of official recognition of online. Who is not recognizing? There are very many stakeholders into this ecosystem. We have the institutions themselves, like the learning institution, the universities. We have the regulator. We have the government. But also we have the industry. And now we want to address each of these, or we want to come up with strategies looking at the questions at those different pockets. Number one, the regulator is recognizing the online because they accredit the program. So for them, it's not an issue. Maybe the raising issue from them is how do we assess, how do you ensure that students who attend behind the computers are the one answering and what they are doing is right? And we are addressing that by what my brothers said as well, to incorporate tools in our framework that can take control of this, like the proctoring tool for all our master's program. Examination and assessment is online. But also benchmarking, because we're not reinventing the wheel. This is to some other economies, people are already there. Technology is coming up. And we're looking at, okay, that is for a sitting, on a PC. But how about other ways of assessing? I want to be comfortable also that I know behind there is AI use, and the students can easily submit their work very well. Even when you put controls that you would do the plagiarism check, still AI can still improve that. So, and we are looking at oral examination. Okay, give me your piece. It's well written, 90%. Okay, tell me how this theory can improve or solve this problem. And that's where the world is going now. And that's where we are looking at. So I would score out of 50, I would say 40% is how you present and tell me these concepts and how we can let them to solve the problem. And that I can address the outcome, and I will be sure at the end of the day. And now the regulator, like you said, surely our student, me as with a business background, management background, I'm looking at our graduates as products. So I'm selling my product to the industrialists. And if they don't trust, I'll ask now the right questions to come up with the right strategies. So the competences. So in curriculum development and maybe the pedagogy that is going to be online, will these approaches we're taking, the process you talked about, will they address the competencies that are expected on the market? That's where the investment should be. One of us yesterday, but one was telling us that he has done over 6 courses on Coursera. Me too, I'm a student on Coursera after getting this position. My dear, if you even when AI is there and you're going to engage with these courses online, they will engage you. You will be engaged. And for you to get an 80 with them, you must be knowing. There's no synchronous whatsoever. So their brand is already, you talked about branding, the product is trusted. That's where our challenge should be. But the context matters. And I believe we might not have 1 or 2, 3 strategies that are going to cut across because of context. We are still dealing with mindset, even of the people in the process to teach online. So if they don't trust also online professors, those things, Martin, those things of online, first, they are engaged with my students. If they don't trust themselves, so you have to have a strategy first to make them trust what they are doing. There are theories, we are academicians. There are theories of that speak to technology acceptance, ease of use. So we are focusing on how do we make it easy, as wind up, yes, for the facilitators to use the technology. Because if they find it easy and they understand that it is useful, they will adopt. But also, we are cognizant of the diffusion theory of innovation. Not everyone is going to pick on the first day. There are early adopters, there are laggards, and late. Yes. So we'll definitely assess after the data speaking, where are we now? Are we increasing the uptake? But are we addressing these issues that will probably improve our product on the market? It's a lot of, it requires a lot of investment to change the human capital behind. Process is important, and that's what we are looking at to address by getting strategies at all those different levels. The regulator gives us, accredits us, and will be checking on and on. We are happy we are in good terms with them. So the onus is on us as an institution to institute now policies that were not there before, address these issues. And maybe we have been using carrot and people are still refusing. In management, we probably can borrow the stick and what? Carrot. At some point. That is if it's necessary. You understand? Because you have invested a lot, but people are not adopting. So you don't want to waste resources. But also, the stick might come last. I'm not saying yes, but it might come last. But at least ensure that you work with the mindset, put it right, continuous trainings, and showing relevance for the online teaching. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin Kabanda. Let's now hear from Mr. So Waigoro. And the question is, how can, from the position of a regulator, how can you assist in the promotion of recognition when it comes to these courses? Because having listened to your fellow panelists and the presentation before by Dr. Kagoire, it seems the regulators have in some ways affected the working effectiveness of online learning.
Thank you, our moderator. When I looked at the question, it was talking about official recognition. The word official, I thought that's now National Council or the regulator's role. So National Council is a government body. And whatever we do it in the interest of government. And government, that means of education and government. And we are guided by the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act, Chapter 262, Section 4L, which empowers us to equate qualifications. And in equating, we also recognize those qualifications. And recognizing those qualifications, we are talking about looking at them as acceptable, credible, and qualifications that meet the standards of similar qualifications. So as a National Council, they talked about the policies. We have statutory instrument number 62 of 2007, which guides us or which spells out what is followed in equating and recognizing a qualification. We recognize a qualification as National Council for 3 reasons. One, for admission, if someone wants to be admitted for further studies or to be admitted, for employment, and for political purposes. And here let us focus on the other 2. But for political purposes, the Presidential Elections Act, Chapter 179, the Parliamentary Elections Act, Chapter 177, and Local Government Act, Chapter 138, mandates the National Council to issue a certificate of equivalency to those who are interested in contesting for positions, political position, if they don't meet the requirement of senior 6 or A level. So that one, we do it in line with that. But today, as we talk about recognizing, that's the role of National Council, official recognition. However, institutions also have their own recognition. If someone has come to be admitted, has a qualification, did it from online, institutions have policies, as he said. You have the admission policy and the admission board. So that's the role of the admission board, to follow the admission policy and what it says. How to recognize a qualification if it's for admission. And if for employment, you have the appointments policy and the appointments board. So they should follow if the qualification is online. If you want to employ you, what does it say if the qualification is online? So that's at institutional level. For the stakeholders who are out there, sometimes they go by what we have come up with, although others just follow what is on social media, especially for politics. And if they say Solo is not educated and it is on TikTok, it will be everywhere. By the time I come out to clear it, I may clear maybe 50% of what the damage it has done. But as National Council, we don't mainly focus whether the program is online or the program is blended, but there are certain things we look at for a program to be recognized. So those are the areas we focus on. Much as we look at the mode of delivery as online, we look at the level of qualification. Is it a diploma? Is it a certificate? Is it a bachelor's? Is it a master's or a PhD? What you attained online, what is it? Then we use the statutory instrument number 62 of 2007, and we see how a PhD is defined, how a master's is defined. We also look at the duration and the study load. Much as my colleague said, we may not focus on duration, but it's very important because those two and the study load will move together. In Uganda, if a bachelor's is 3 years, you bring an online qualification of 6 months, and you say it's a bachelor's, and you say we shouldn't look at the duration. National Council must look at the duration. Because we know we have weekend, we have evening, we have day. Now, weekend, and you say 3 years bachelor's. Then one who is here Monday to Friday is also 3 years. Surely, have you have you covered the study load? It's very important. We look at entry requirements. Whether you did it online, what did you use to be admitted for that qualification you are presenting to us? Because in Uganda, if it's a certificate or a bachelor, I mean a bachelor's, we know the qualifications we follow, the requirements. Did you follow those requirements? Maybe if you use prior learning, what was it? I'll give you an example. I had a challenge last year. Somebody had gotten a big job. I won't mention the organization. It was good. He presented an online master's because they wanted the master's. He went for interviews and he was the best. Now the runners-up petitioned, said, no. This master's in BPA, MPA has issues. The money came, we looked at the thing, they said, surely, you didn't cover what is supposed to be covered in your name of BA. And what you used to be admitted for a master's, I think it was a diploma in DIT sort of, you didn't meet the requirements. The money almost collapsed at our offices because he said he was going to get a lot of money monthly. So, entry requirements, whether online or not online, accreditation status gave you that qualification. Where did you get it from? We have so many online institutions. Others, by the way, are not training institutions. Others just coordinate education services, especially in the US. Others just give loans. They are online. So we look at the accreditation status of the institution that gave you that qualification, whether online or blended, or it was first to curriculum content and learning outcome. What did you get out of what you studied? Does it meet what you want us to recognize? Assessment and examination methods, recognition in the country of origin. If you did the online from Uganda, is it recognized in Uganda? Is that qualification recognized in the US or Russia or Cambodia, wherever you did it from? If it's not recognized in the mother country, National Council, as the official body to recognize qualifications of our government, will not recognize it. Then the progression pathways, does it speak to, does it enable you to move, to allow you for vertical progression? Or it's just something which is going to keep you there forever? Professional requirements. In Uganda, we have professional bodies which register some of the professionals. The Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council, the Uganda Law Council, Uganda Nurses and Midwives Council. So we also look at their requirements. Do you meet the requirements for registration by that professional body? And if you don't meet the requirements, or because they also have standards, who should be an engineer? Who should be a doctor? Second last, we talk about authenticity of the document. When you submit a qualification to National Council doesn't award qualifications. But we get in touch with the awarding body to verify whether what you are presenting is authentic and is from them. Yesterday we talked about that nice street of ours in Kampala. My friend from Malawi still remembers that street. NASA. So, is it authentic? It's possible to present a nice looking qualification that is from UCU or Makerere. We have tried to UCU. Did you give Solo Waigolo this qualification on the 20th of June, 2024? Yes or no? By the way, did you give him a first class, second, gentleman's pass, or first degree? Because that's also so possible. You come here, you get a certain class, you go on the streets, you upgrade. Just changing marks, the rest and the signature of the DVC is the same. And one of the DVC is the same, but the grading system, what is at the faculty is different from what you are possessing. That's why we write to the awarding institution. Verify whether what you are presenting, then when we are covered, then we say we can either recognize or we may not recognize if it doesn't meet. So we talk about official recognition. That's by National Council. But at institutional level, you must also have policies, either for admission or for employment. I think those are mainly the two areas you look at. Let me stop there at the moment.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, we're going to open the floor for comments and questions, and we shall take 2 or 3 questions. Can somebody help me with the microphone? Yes, Professor.
Thank you. I appreciate all the panelists for good job. I want us to look back on the relationship between the stakeholders' engagement and the regulators over-regulating. to the extent sometimes they turn to be policemen and women. Shouldn't their decision have a human face? And we read the Constitution. Yes, people brought the Constitution together, but we need to make the Constitution to have a human face in the regulation. How can we work in partnership to know that we are talking about the same thing for different approaches? How can we reach that figure that regulators are tax collectors and they pursue you? Both of you are talking about quality control. That is important. But our decision should have a human face. I want you to reflect on those stakeholders' engagement and the role of the regulators and the overregulating. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have two hands, please.
Thank you, and I would like to congratulate you for a nice presentation, and I think every one of you, when you were presenting, I started reflecting back home, and because we are also running an online diploma in journalism, pure online. We have a face-to-face and we have an online program, and students are graduating and they are recognized by the Journalist Accreditation Board. And because in order to become a journalist in Tanzania, you must acquire at least a minimum of diploma in journalism. So I think recognition has several stages. It begins with the students themselves, recognizing that this is what I want to study in this model, in this mod, I mean, and I'm going to do it. If they are not ready, then we end up getting students who want to change. They requested for an online course, and later on when they started, they feel like this is where I don't belong. Then they request to reshift to a face-to-face mode. So they don't get it. They don't recognize that how potential the program is for them, how they can be multitask. They can do the studies and they can work and do other stuff. So I think it has to begin from the learners, and then it goes to the teachers, to those who are now facilitating. Do they know that this is one of the very important mode of learning? That now is the big question. Do they know that? And how are they ready to accept and embrace that kind of model? And then the regulators, we know the story. I shouldn't talk about it now. So I also like to comment on Dr. Michael's presentation. I agree with you. If you take the online and the face-to-face students and test them, because this is what we are doing at the University of Dar es Salaam, and we see the results, you can really see the relatively good results among them. You can't even differentiate who studied online and who studied face-to-face. So I still think this online model of learning is still a good learning system if really people take it seriously. You have to be devoted, you have to have a self-respect, you really have to keep your time well, because no one is going to force you like now you get into the system and start learning. It's the assignments and the weeks you're supposed to cover, the courses you're supposed to learn throughout the semester that will force you. If you're not well respected, self-respected, then this is going to be very, very difficult. So I think um, if you were questioning whether testing them would bring what kind of results, I can tell you they're almost the same results. So lastly, I would like to just to share this at the university, my university, teachers have been engaged on, they've been facilitated on online model of teaching. We have what we call the HEAT program from the World Bank that facilitated curriculum review. We started it since 2023. And among the necessities was either having a blended mode or a pure online mode of learning. So teachers have now been included in the learning process, knowing how to facilitate the online learning, how to develop interactive contents, so you don't end up just throwing stuff on the LMS. At the end of the day, students feel like they don't want to study anymore. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There were two hands there.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And let me join my voice in appreciating the panelists. That's a very wonderful one they've done. My name is Ngozi from Nigeria. My area has to do with integrating AI into online learning. Based on my observation, I've come to realize that most persons, most learners and educators are still skeptical about the use of AI in learning. That is my personal observation. And having gone through, what we've been doing here since we came about 3 days ago, and what I have come to learn from other conferences I've attended, I am of the opinion that AI should be inculcated even in what we do. So my question is this: how can we help in changing the mindset of both learners and teachers in inculcating the use of AI in the learning process? Also, let me add this. During the CoMMPASS training, we were encouraged to, even the quizzes we had, we were encouraged to even make use of AI. But in the academics, for instance, if as a teacher, I find you as my student using AI, you will be penalized. Some persons do that. I don't do that, but I tell them to use it in moderation, know where to draw the line. Don't let AI do the whole thinking for you. It can get you kickstarted, but that shouldn't, continue. So I realize that some teachers are still skeptical about that. So please, I would like this panel to, draw more line on the use of AI in this online learning, knowing that there are so many challenges, that people like fake news, and we know that AI is garbage in, garbage out. So how do we moderate these things and ensure that even the use of this AI is done in an ethical manner? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's have two hands quickly, and then we wrap it up.
Thank you very much, our panelists. Quite intriguing discussion. Unfortunately, not much time to continue exploring and coming up with consensus over these issues. But I find this discussion to be a discussion that must continue beyond this conference to avoid reducing it into an academic discussion that ends in rooms such as these. I've found a discussion on partnerships to be very important in making online learning truly meaningful and grow across the regions as well as beyond. But one thing that I have noted in when we talk of the issue of partnerships is the lack of genuine collaborations, inter-universities collaborations. I'm mindful that education is a public good. At the end of the day, what we want is to educate our masses. We want to educate our people. It's not supposed to be a competition at all. But when you look at the issue of collaborating to increase access to online learning, for argument's sake, in my country, we have Nzuzu University that is doing very well. If we try to collaborate with Nzuzu University, they will think we are a threat. If we learn from them and we beat them, then they think we will get their customers, or who, students have become customers. So they will say, oh, they are our customers. Similarly, UCU, when they look at Makerere, how do they work together if UCU is a threat to Makerere? So I think these are the issues that going forward, we must really address aggressively, deal with them. So that's my submission, that these collaborations really must work beyond this academic discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's have the last comment from the floor.
Yes. Thank you very much. Mirembe Eva is my name. So I'm also suggesting that the growth of e-learning should be very intentional. So one thing I find a mistake is that they tend to put the two things together. So you find that technology is with like the ICT department. It's the same department they expect to spearhead e-learning. So when I look at myself 4 years ago, purely technical. So I remember my colleagues would call me a robot. So I would come and I was mentored to be a problem solver. You get it? So, and when you have a challenge, actually I would feel it's better I do it for you than trying to explain to you. It was easier that way. So it took a lot for the IODL department to remove me from the ICT. So I'm seeing my colleagues there, what they understand is totally different. Embedded systems, what is behind AI and all that thing. So for us, what we do is they get an IT person. And then I remember my first trainings, people would say, actually, we're just getting new words. You would find that someone even saying browse, setting, GIA. For us, it's universal. So we don't understand what those people understand. So it should be intentional. Separate the ICT department to the e-learning. So those people who are interested in e-learning, edutech, they can always go there and find their weaknesses. So my weakness was in pedagogy, and I think I've done from around 3 countries now, including the current one of learning design and technology in Arizona State University. So I believe that now I'm a better person to explain, to relate with the people. And e-learning is all about support. We do support at Makerere University, including at night. We don't have these hours of, this is my hour. So you have to be awake so that people don't get demoralized. So they're always frustrated with the technology, and support is what helps them. So when you find someone is waking up someone just to upload, and the person is the real tech person, it doesn't make sense. So let's differentiate the two departments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are now back to the panel. Yes, Dr. Serono.
Okay, I would like to answer Ngozi's question. I think it is true that a lot of people are skeptical about the use of AI in online learning. You're not the only one. Was it a week ago? I demonstrated in my university to a team of professors that that's an old mindset. So, and the mindset changes we're talking about, the only way we can do something about it is to demonstrate. This is my demonstration. I teach a journalism course on news writing. I used to do that in Ghana to 700 students. That's a lot, to look at everybody's leads and take a look. So what I did was this. In my school, I'm teaching this to about 50 online students and 15 face-to-face. I developed a chat box using Box. I put all my knowledge in there. I design and answer questions about leads, about 50 of them, train my model on it. Now, at this training, I distributed this question to 15 to 20 professors. They should ask me at the same time and I'll provide them the answer. When they ask me, some of them I need to refer to the book in order to provide them the answer, because 15 questions asking, 15 people asking one person a question. And then when we're done, I said, I'm not stupid. It's just that I need to take some of the issues from the books and give you page numbers and all of that. But I have a tool called Mike, the former BBC guy. It's a chat box. Open it on your university website. Ask the same questions you asked. And he provided the right answers to them in 10 seconds. Because the chat box I have trained for 3 months with the intention of 70 people using it. So, and the chat box is nothing but my ideas. Ideas that I have to flip pages and things to refresh my mind on. I've trained the chat box to use it. That's a demonstration. The provost of the university said, oh, this is dangerous because this is going to replace all our professors. And I said, no, it's going to help us teach 140,000 students. Because what it's doing is this. It is doing the same thing I'm doing. And I'm the human in the loop. I have to go back and check whether it's doing what it's doing. It can hallucinate. I know. It can give you a wrong answer. So I have to come back and be sure that the answer is giving you is right. And if it's not giving you a good answer, I ask you to log out and log in again, and it will give you the right answers. And the interesting thing is that when you iterate or communicate, engage with the AI, well, the AI gives you thumbs up. Good job. Have you looked at this one? Have you looked at it? It's so interactive. It's better than I will do. When I used to teach 700 students, I think my surveys were not good. The students said I was rude, I was impatient when I was in Ghana. But yes, they haven't taught 700 students before face to face. And looking at their news items when they are not writing well. And I have been doing that for 20 years. So when I look at it, I just look at it, what is this? I just crumble it and put it somewhere and give you low marks. The AI is not going to do that. The AI is going to take its time and explain to you the way I would have done to a person one-on-one in a sober moment. And I tell the AI, don't give straight answers. Give answers that are contextual. These are examples of that. And let them feel nice about what they're doing. Don't let them get discouraged. Use these words. So, yeah, the AI is a better person of me in that situation. So it is possible. And I'm saying that the way to deal with that mindset is to demonstrate. So when I demonstrated that in a faculty institute in the beginning of the semester, people started asking, okay, but the okay, we need to move from the okay and that why was I able to do that? Because I have taken 10 courses on AI. I tell you, I dare many people who say online course is simple to take one course and finish. Why don't you do it tomorrow? Start tomorrow and finish the Google AI course or the Cisco AI course. It's written there 10 hours. Try it, whether you finish in 10 hours. The labs involved. And then when you finish, you can come and tell me it's not quality. Do it yourself first. And I have taken 10 of it. So it means that I have trained myself. We need to give faculty course releases to do that. The vice chancellors here, they want to see good things, but they don't want to put money in it. Give us free courses, give us money over summer when on vacation to be able to learn these things and bring them to the classroom. If you want us to do it as part of our difficult life, we're not getting there. All these will be a talk shop. We will not be able to implement it. Let's be realistic about this. Then people will understand AI and appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Any other comment?
Thank you, moderator. The relationship between stakeholder engagement and the regulator.
Human face.
Human face. The National Council for Higher Education of Uganda sets what we call a minimum standards. And by setting minimum standards, we leave now institutions to set what they can think is maximum or what they feel like. So first, we think that's a human face because we are giving you a leeway
Latitude
to set what you think can meet that. But also, we need to have joint discussions. When you're coming up with these policies, do we involve people or just sit there and think and you put them there and you want those people to follow? Right now, we are discussing the issue of reviewing our policies. I talked about the statutory instrument of 2007. We are in 2026, 19 years down the road. So many things have changed, and we need now to review it. And in this review, we must involve the stakeholders. The problems we get when we invite these stakeholders, when you write to a university or the dean, delegation, sometimes the person who is delegated will just not to come back and inform, but you have invited him to get feedback. So you take a feedback from 2, 3, 4 people, and you think that's the position of all institutions. But we needed to review these policies in a consultation with the stakeholders, and let that apply even to institutions. If it's a faculty, the dean, you don't need to come up with your policy from your home and you put it in the faculty or the department. You involve other stakeholders within the department. Say that that thing is acceptable, and these people can embrace it and own it, that yes, you had an input. Then we also have what we call awareness. We are talking about AI, we are talking about online, people who are the perception, which is still the other side of what we want. We need to create awareness. If you're bringing this policy, did you inform them or just came up in one meeting and said, by the way, I'm proposing that starting next week, we must take this line. Let's create awareness, and awareness must also go with the involving these people. And as we involve them, let's support them with what they need. If you talk of online and AI, yes, but have you supported them to run those programs online? What are their capabilities? Do they have the gadgets? Or you came with it, it must be run within our faculty, and that's what the faculty wants. Or that's what you got from the VC's meeting or the Senate. So I think we need to involve them, and we support them if we are to achieve all those things. Partnerships, yes. Last year we had the East African Higher Education Common Area. That's for East African community, where we're discussing a number of things, and among them was the issue of AI, artificial intelligence. But how are you partnering with your other people in the region? Or you think Uganda can run a higher education as Uganda alone? We need to copy from Kenya. We need to look at what's happening in Tanzania. Because you are training these people, they may not end up working in Uganda only. Secondly, some of the students we are training don't come from Uganda. Others come from outside and they will have to go back. So we must also consider things within the region. Talked about how UCU is partnering with other institutions. The problem, we take this to be competitors. We are not competitors. We are just complementing on the service that has been done by government. Because education is a service. So as a private partner, you are playing a part on behalf to complement. If you are two public universities, you are serving the same government. Only that you are located in a different area. For you are in Mukono, another one is in Bushenyi, but you're a public institution serving Ugandans. Why do we compete? Competing for students? He talked about funding in his country, where they talk about sponsorship, the number of students you have. Unfortunately, the National Council doesn't handle the issue of funding. Funding is done by government. So I have no comment on it. But in my view, we should also cooperate from them. Maybe it will stop the competition we are having as institutions. You don't have the capacity, But because University X is running this program, you also go for it. You don't have the infrastructure. Your niche is somewhere else. You're also running for it because it has so many students.
Thank you.
I think competition is bad. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Kajumbla, in a minute, 1 minute.
Well, thank you so much. And about regulation, I remember some time back we had that kind of argument. But one of those professors who had taken time in this distance learning things just said, follow policy, follow policy, follow policy. That because according to him, that once there is this policy and the regulator, the, you can't get the best out of them if you're fighting with them. You can't get the best. Just keep negotiating for a policy amendment, which also can take time. For the time being, because policy is what called the external environment factor, fit within us. What best can you do in the existing what policy? How can you advance your practice in the given policy as you negotiate for for a policy change? Then my colleague from TZ, Tanzania, who talked about these learners who keep dropping out or switching, and they had that same challenge because we have programs that are, can I call them day programs, and we have the distance and online programs, and there's that challenge that learners switch. But we had decided that let us advertise online programs as online programs and make it so clear this is an online program. In most cases, you get someone coming to join and they're already aware that they are coming into an online program. The chances of them trying to fit in are high or to stay. And also, who are you admitting? If it's a distance program, for example, Makerere University is in the center of Kampala, say, and then you're putting a distance program and you're admitting students who are in Kampala and one day, and definitely you come and, so what's your target market? Then market to those people. Although we have a problem in academia that we don't like marketing, advertising. We have this thing that when you advertise the thing, but it's a good thing to focus on your market and admit those will complete. Then the issue of AI, which of course has come in, and I know we had talked about it briefly. These days, the discussion is about ethical use of AI in teaching and learning. That we can now can't run away from it. We have to be strong and work with it. Just like when tools were introduced in hunting, probably some would have said they are bad. Maybe I heard someone was complaining that when they introduced pencils to kindergarten students, people thought the kids are going to spear each other's. Like when someone went to visit a daughter-in-law who was using a washing machine and came complaining. This one, there are things that, but once technology is, when calculators were introduced, for example, in mathematics exams, is it, how can a student calculator? Mathematics education is dead because just simply they said, no. So those who are in writing, when computers came and they have spell checking and all that, those days you could examine an essay even based on basic things like tenses, what, but now the computer auto whatever. Those folks say, how can you? But as an educator, your role right now is a facilitator of education. Facilitator. How can this tool help you to facilitate better? I mean, that is it. Like all other tools that have come, and others are still what? We are not yet done. There are others that are coming. But as a facilitator, how can you use the tool to facilitate learning? Because it will not go away. Your learner has this tool. Now, define your role. And if you can't define your role, you are out of yes. If you can't define your role, because you're going to university, you'll be told, for example, we tell colleagues here that when you go to many of these universities, the Western world, it's online learning, e-learning. They'll just tell you, we use a platform here, 500 students, here is login like this, start. Now, would you say, the quality of education this university is very bad? How can you read what? Improve yourself. Otherwise, you're out of the what?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Kabanda, your parting shot.
Thank you so much. I appreciate my brothers. I like this because we are speaking the same things. We are not so much diverging from one another. Our regulator, one word for you. Like you're bringing up these policies, But before the policy is on board, engage the stakeholders. Listen to us, the facilitators. Listen to the institution heads. Listen to the students. Let us be part of the process. It will be easier for us to accommodate at all stages. That would be very good. Then, like you just said about AI is really an issue. But now, like I said, the theory that will help us adopt quickly the new technology of term, which talks of looking at the ease of use. Now, AI comes in to make that simple for us, even as facilitators. It makes us achieve the outcome even much more smarter. First of all, you can't compete with it. It's technology. It's faster. So, home, we are looking at what AI tools now that we can use to help us assess better. Because if you're looking at the education, you want to assess the knowledge, you want to assess the attitude, you want to assess the skill. If I told you as a professor, set one case that is going to assess all this, my dear, you really struggle. But there are tools you'll tell, please accommodate the 3 domains in this topic and assess, create a case, contextualize it in this way, really bring out these skills. Now, I've used AI, but now I also know students will use it. I put controls in the responses. That is better way to go. So we are looking at that, and we shouldn't run away like all of us are growing, but how do we use it? Better our work, but also ensure that the outcome. Now, the side, AI cannot take our work because we have to get the control bit of it. The outcome is our major aspect we have to look at. So, yes, I agree with you, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, and well put. This, ladies and gentlemen, marks the end of this session. I wish to once again thank our panelists for the very wonderful and enriching insights on this interesting subject. Let's keep the fire burning. Let's keep the fire burning. I wish now to hand over to Dr. Fred Kakos.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sam Kazibwe. Thank you so much, panelists. But this panel was not gender balanced. I'm not sure that the views were engendered. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for keeping through. Our lunch is now available, so we can get up, we can stretch. We also have a view of our traditional dancers. As you wait in the line, please, you can go and have a view. When you pick your plate, you don't mind standing while eating as you enjoy the dance. Yeah, but there are also seats that side. So when you pick your plate, please go and so at this moment in time, I want to request someone to pray for the food. Any volunteer? Michael. Oh, Michael. I had a whisper, Michael.
Let's bow our heads for a prayer. Nyankopɔn sorosoro hene awiabere yɛba wo nkyɛn. Yɛdze abotar ahobrɛase yɛaba wo nkyɛn yɛsrɛ dɛ edziban a yɛrekɔdzi Nyankopɔn hyerɛ do. Biribiara a yɛhia wɔ yɛn nipadua no mu biara fa kyɛ hɛn. Na ma hɛn apɔwmudzen na nyimdzee a yɛdze bɛdrive conference yi. Yɛda wo ase. Wɔ wo dɔbɔ Jesus Christ ne din mu nti. Amen.
Thank you so much, Michael. So colleagues, we are coming back at 2:15. We are coming back at 2:15.
With Premium, you get to focus on the music. Explore a vast catalog of millions of songs without hearing ads, or download your playlist to listen to them anywhere. You can also play your favorite songs in any order, with the freedom to skip forward and backward as much as you'd like. Your audio, your control. Tap the banner to learn more.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. Hello. We have organized a culture dance outside. We are going to first go out for. No, it's fine. We are safe in here. Yeah, your gadgets are safe in here. Just outside, we have organized some culture dance. We are going to have a culture dance. Then we shall have the lunch. Yes. Thank you.